Chapter 259. After leaving a soul coordinate in Jia Kun's palm, Danny silently returned to the wine bottle bedroom. She lit the glass candle and entered the library again to flip through the collection of books in the City of Knowledge. Other than the Magic Net and Witchcraft Lens User's Manual, Friar Bath's Dragons, Dragon Worms and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the Dragon Clan shocked Danny the most. Unnatural history was not the first time Danny had heard of it. A long time ago, when Danny and the Centaur Maid were discussing the origin of dragons, Baristan had mentioned this book to her and strongly suggested that she look for it. Well, the book that the White Knight saw in Illyrio's private library was not complete. A few books were missing. The author of Unnatural History was not a scholar, but a friar. The Hand of the King, Friar Bath of the King of Rinrue. The King of Rinrue, Jaehaerys, was almost equivalent to the Emperor Kangxi of the Targaryen dynasty. He was the grandson of Aegon the Conqueror. Not only was he the smartest and wisest of all the kings, he had also been on the throne for the longest time, a full 55 years. Of course, compared to Bath, who had been prime minister for 40 years, the life of the King of Rinrue, Jaehaerys, was not too legendary. Bath was the son of a blacksmith. When he was young, his family was poor and his father sent him to the church to be a friar. It was very likely that he owed the church money and used his son to pay for it. Just like how Wei Xiaobao met Kangxi, the young Friar Bath worked in the king's library and met the young king of Rinrue who loved to read. The two of them hit it off at first sight and fell in love with each other when they met again. Ahem, in short, they became good friends. Prime Minister Bath's talent in learning and magic was like Wei Xiaobao's talent in flattery and taking advantage of the situation. It was unknown if it was because of the royal library or if Bath had other sources of information, but he had written a book that recorded the knowledge of dragons in detail: dragons, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. The reason why this book shocked Danny was because it described the origin of the dragons of Valeglia from the two aspects of natural evolution and the transformation of species through blood magic. Basil believed that Valeglia's dragons were different from the megalosaurus that appeared in other regions and other historical periods. Valeglia's dragons were biological weapons that were purposefully modified through blood witchcraft. Unnatural history put forward two viewpoints. First, the pterosaurs in the forests and swamps of Soros, the dragon worms in the 14 fire peaks, and the megalosaurus all had the same ancestor. Megalosaurus was the most perfect evolution. The pterosaurs had the body of Megalosaurus, but they did not have the ability to control magic like Megalosaurus. They could not breathe fire. On the other hand, the dragon worm had magic power, but it did not have the body of the Megalosaurus. It could not fly. Secondly, the Megalosaurus of Valeglia was created by the blood shaman using a pterosaur. Using blood magic to help the pterosaur evolve into a Megalosaurus, Valeglia was born with the ability to control dragons. Well, I have to explain the dragon worm and the pterosaur here. There were 3 continents in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. The Westeros in the far west, equivalent to the British Isles, the Ursos continent, Eurasia, and the Soros continent in the southern hemisphere, Africa and South America were connected. Soros was almost undeveloped. People from civilized countries did not dare to explore it at all. The environment was too bad. It was almost a paradise for diseases. For example, Azin, who was known as the twin stars of Yuan Kai with Grazadin, was originally handsome and heroic. However, after walking around Soros on the other side of the Summer Sea, he was infected with a disease and his lower body was paralyzed. In that barren continent, pterosaurs were not rare. Dragon worm, Danny did not recognize the dragon worm at first. Until she saw the description and pictures of the dragon worm in Unnatural History, she was shocked to find that it was the fire earthworm that she met in Orus. After Balerion descended on Jenny, he vomited countless dragon worm larvae in the mucus that he spat out. Even his body seemed to be made of dragon worms. According to the description in Unnatural History, there were dragon worms in the 14 fire peaks. Their larvae were about the size of a child's arm. An adult dragon worm was almost the size of a wingless megalosaurus. A fire-breathing earthworm that could swallow a mammoth in one gulp. Would you be afraid? Unnatural History did not just give a simple guess. Friar Bath also used his identity as a magic researcher to make a detailed and in-depth analysis of the witchcraft of the blood shamans in Valeglia. It was a very intelligent book. However, it met with St. Bailey, who listed it as a forbidden book and ordered all copies of Unnatural History in the country to be burned. Suddenly, Danny's expression froze. She put down the book and suddenly appeared in the lounge on the second floor. Professor Barristan said softly. They had an agreement. If Danny was reading in the library and someone unexpectedly came to visit, Barristan would quickly walk around the room. The spiritual projection came from White Knight. When his position changed, her spiritual body would feel it. Of course, if Danny did not even project her spiritual body, Barristan would not be able to remind her. At that time, he would directly tell the visitor that Lady Layla had gone out. Professor, it's so late. What's the matter? Danny and White Knight came to the door together. I want to tell the two of you that the City of Knowledge has formulated a strategy to reduce the trade deficit. The red-nosed old man walked to the table, opened a folder, and pushed it in front of Danny. He explained, as a world-class country, we can't lose our integrity. We can't go back on our words, and we can't be blatant pirates. What world-class country? Except for the Westeros themselves, who didn't think that you were a barbaric country and barbarian people. Danny carefully flipped through the old man's strategy. There were 3 guidelines. First, convene a meeting to persuade the king and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to be diligent and thrifty. Second, discuss the industrial chain plan that she had previously mentioned in the meeting to create their own competitive products. Third, conquer the Stone Steps archipelago and impose tariffs on passing merchant ships. Between the Westeros and the Ursos continent, there was a narrow sea 500 kilometers wide and 2,500 kilometers long, and the Stone Steps archipelago was at the entrance of the narrow sea. Legend has it that the Stone Steps archipelago was part of the Dorne Arm, connecting the Westeros and the Ursos continent. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros from the Continental Bridge, the Green Prophet cast a forbidden spell and shattered the Dorne Arm, forming the Stone Steps archipelago, an island chain. In short, the Narrow Sea was an extended version of the English Channel, and the Stone Steps archipelago was the entrance to the channel. Think about the impact of controlling the English Channel on the European continent. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The old knight shook his head and sighed. Everyone knows that controlling the Stone Steps archipelago is equivalent to controlling the sea trade of the entire Narrow Sea. 200 years ago, the 3 cities of Rhys, Tyrosh, and Myr formed the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Valeglia's 3 daughters, intending to control the Stone Steps archipelago. But as you can see, after a few decades of struggle, the alliance of the 3 cities was declared dissolved. Using the power of the 7 kingdoms to conquer the Stone Steps archipelago is better than the fleets of the 7 kingdoms going there to be pirates. The red-nosed old doctor said. Not necessarily. Danny shook her head. As pirates, they can advance and retreat freely, and their policies are flexible. They won't offend the public, and they won't have to bear the responsibility of guarding the land. Dr. Barristan smiled bitterly. You have to think about the nobles. The reputation of pirates is too bad. If they are captured by the enemy, they might be hanged immediately, losing their honor and their lives. If the Stone Steps archipelago is conquered in the name of the 7 kingdoms, the nobles will not only be treated as high-ranking prisoners of war, but they will also be redeemed with money. And if they lose in battle for the country, it won't be embarrassing, and their reputation won't be damaged. Ah! Danny was stunned. It's already so late. Do you want to eat something? The old doctor stood up, opened the door, and rang the bell to call the apprentice to deliver food to them. The old doctor was very decisive and didn't give them a chance to refuse. After he finished ordering, Danny mumbled, "Actually, I'm not hungry. I'll get fat if I eat too much at night. Drink some soup to warm your stomach." The old doctor chuckled. Then, he began to ask about the development of the industrial chain. We've tried to breed mulberry silkworms in the Westeros, but the weather in the Seven Kingdoms is too extreme. It's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. What do you think, Miss Layla? Dany rolled her eyes and said, you can find the children of the forest. They know magic, and they might be able to breed native mulberry trees and silkworm babies. Hee hee, Miss Layla, you really know how to joke. The children of the forest are just fictional characters in legends. They might not even exist in history. Even if they did exist, they would have gone extinct thousands of years ago. The red-nosed old doctor shook his head with a smile. Even deviant ghosts have appeared. Why aren't the children of the forest real? Dany smiled coldly. Deviant ghosts? Who told you that? That's ridiculous. The commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and Scholar Yimont wrote a letter to explain this. Are they all lying? Doctor, Miss Layla, your supper is here. The apprentice's voice came from outside the door. White Knight quickly got up and opened the door. Wine, butter beets, freshly baked white bread, grilled barracuda and pork ribs, cold egg lime soup, and barley brisket soup. To be honest, the old knight was already drooling at the sight of such a sumptuous meal. But when he saw the middle-aged apprentice Zion, who was chuckling as he set the table, and the tiny bits of cumin by his lips, sigh, I'm old. I can't eat too much at night, Barristan said. He was drooling, but he didn't want to eat other people's saliva. Have some soup. Miss Layla, have some too. The old doctor picked up a spoon and a small porcelain bowl and served the two of them. Dany didn't touch the porcelain bowl. Instead, she continued the previous topic and asked seriously, if the information about deviant ghosts is fake, it'll just be a false alarm. But if it's true and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms didn't respond to the Night Watcher's request for help, it'll be fatal. Deviant ghosts? They're just a bunch of barbarians. The Night Watchers exaggerated on purpose to get the nobles' praise and support. But the political situation is unstable now. Who has the spare energy to help them? At most, a group of barbarians will climb over the Great Wall and cause a small disturbance in the north. Dr. Barristan didn't seem to care. Instead, he pushed the bowl to Dany and said enthusiastically, have a taste. It's not bad. Just when White Knight couldn't resist his master's enthusiasm and scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth, Dany's expression suddenly froze. She stopped him and looked straight at the old doctor. She sneered and said, Doctor, why don't you get a bowl for yourself? Barristan was stunned. He said with a smile, I just ate. It seems like you've already guessed my true identity, Dany sighed and said with a complicated expression, Doctor, do you know what you're doing? What identity? The apprentice who placed the plates noticed that the atmosphere was not right and asked in confusion. Oh no. When Dany stopped him, the old knight picked up the iron helmet on the table and put it on himself. When he saw Zion who was at a loss, he immediately said, Doctor, quickly give me the antidote. Ugh, the middle-aged apprentice suddenly grabbed his throat. His face was red and he said with a voice as soft as a feather, cough cough cough, can't, cough 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 cough, bang. The tray slipped from his hand. Zion staggered and supported himself on the table. Under the sympathetic, anxious, and vexed gazes of the three people, his face became redder and redder. He fell to the ground and scratched his throat crazily. If he was given a dagger, Zion would slash his throat without hesitation just to take a breath of fresh air. He. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he scratched his throat until it was bleeding, he could only make frighteningly thin and terrified hisses deep in his throat. It was like a person trying to drink the entire Yangtze River with a straw. However, only half a minute later, the last hisses disappeared. There was only a terrifying silence left in the room. Chapter 260. Strangle him. White Knight pressed her sword with her right hand and stared coldly at the old professor who had a pale expression. Do you know what you are doing? We were invited by the City of Knowledge to come here, stay under your roof, eat your salt and bread, and now we are your guests. What is the difference between the City of Knowledge's actions and Wade phrase? For the peace of the 7 nations, for the welfare of millions of people, to reduce disputes and wars, although this method is not honorable, it is the simplest and most effective. Professor Peristan smiled bitterly. You idiot. The etiquette that has been passed down for thousands and thousands of years is the spiritual framework of the Westeros. The City of Knowledge should protect those beautiful traditions and values with all its might, not take the initiative to destroy the souls of the 7 nations. Barristan's eyes were spitting fire as he clenched his teeth. Dany shook her head and sighed. Not everyone can represent the 7 nations and all the people. Think about it, Professor, are you willing to be represented by Rat Chef and Wade Fry? Maybe Rat Chef also shouted, representing the justice of the 7 nations when he cooked the King of Undulls, or maybe Wade Fry shouted, to reduce disputes and wars between the 7 nations when he slaughtered the guests from the Northern Territory during the wedding banquet, just like you are now. Because of you, Slave Bay and the Free City have been plagued by wars for years, and the people of the world are crying and wailing under the dragon flame. In the foreseeable future, the 7 nations will definitely repeat the same mistake as Slave Bay. I am guilty, the City of Knowledge is guilty, I admit it, but we have reduced deaths and wars, we are not wrong. Perestan's face was pale, but his gaze was firm. Is the 7 nations very peaceful now? Music is broken, etiquette is broken, morality is lost, wars are endless, and the people have no way to make a living. Barristan glanced at Dany and said bitterly, do you know why Her Majesty the Queen traveled thousands of miles from Slave Bay to the Westeros? To investigate the enemy's situation. The nobles of the 7 nations did not care about the fact that winter is coming and continued to play the game of power. Only Her Majesty the Queen cared about the safety of the people and was unwilling to start the Restoration War in winter. When she found out that the 7 nations did not prepare for summer grain storage, she did not care about the dangerous situation of Slave Bay being surrounded by enemies and brought the 2 dragons to the Westeros to investigate the people's situation. You've seen it for yourself. She won the tournament with her strength, and even the professors of the City of Knowledge were impressed by her intelligence. She's concerned about the lives of the people, worried that they won't have enough to eat in the winter, worried about the terrible trade deficit that Robert created and the extravagant lifestyle of the nobles. How could such a benevolent and wise king not be worthy of the Iron Throne? Is Lannister, who killed his husband, committed adultery with his brother, and usurped the Iron Throne, worthy of your love and respect? Dany rubbed her nose awkwardly. Her strengths were so obvious that even Barristan, who had never been a sycophant or a sycophant, had described them in plain language. Didn't he see that the old doctor, who was unyielding and looked like a revolutionary martyr, also changed his expression and looked ashamed? Plop, the old doctor was so ashamed that he prostrated himself on the ground. Be careful, there's something strange in the next room. The old knight listened carefully, and his expression changed. They've also set up an ambush with axemen on both sides, bam 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 bam. The sound of bowstrings was like thunder, and the sound was deafening even though they were separated by a brick wall. It was accompanied by the dense sound of bowstrings. TSK 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 TSK. Dozens of holes were instantly pierced through the wall, and the chairs and plates in the room were in a mess. Occasionally, there was the sound of metal clashing. Dragon-slaying crossbow. The candle fell to the ground and went out. But in the dim moonlight that shone through the window, Dany could see that the narrow room was filled with crossbow bolts that were as thick as a thumb and as tall as a man. The bolts were made of fine iron. Unlike the siege crossbows, although the crossbow bolts here were also made of solid metal, they were not cylindrical. They looked like elongated and twisted willow leaves. The thief is not dead yet. Dany's scream reminded Peristan, who was hugging his head and lying on the ground. Then, the sound of arrows being loaded and bowstrings being pulled could be heard from both sides of the wall. Ah, I'm going to die, Dany dragged out her voice and let out a shrill cry. Then, she dispelled her mental projection. SSSS, SSSS. At the same time, the roar of the megalosaurus could be heard from above the city of knowledge. Yes, when the red-nosed old professor was scooping soup for Danny, she sensed a slight danger and immediately entered the dragon's spirit state. Blackie's soul clearly sensed the danger, and she began to summon the megalosaurus. When she talked to the old professor earlier, other than feeling indignant, she also wanted to stall for time. Although her main body had been hiding in the inn, Baristan could not give up. "Ah, your majesty, you can't die." The old knight also let out a dry cry. He swung his sword and destroyed the arrows and chairs blocking his way. He bent down and picked up the old professor from the ground. Without waiting for him to struggle and shout, he hit the back of his head with his sword and knocked the old man unconscious. He then picked up the fur cushion on the soft couch and wrapped it around the old man. He carried the old man on his shoulder and rushed to the door. The old knight was observant and alert. He had already noticed the noise and the light of the torches outside the window. Jumping off the building was equivalent to walking into a trap. Boom! When he reached the door, the old knight suddenly turned sideways and dodged a crossbow arrow that was as thick as a child's arm. He heard the sound of the crossbow being dragged outside the door. Bam bam bam. After a few slashes, the old knight did not care. He lowered his head and rushed forward. There was a crossbow the size of a treadmill outside the door. 2 gray-robed scholars were turning the winch. One scholar was lying on top of it and loading the crossbow. There were 12 leather-armored soldiers around with crossbows. When they saw the old knight rushing out, the 3 scholars were scared and retreated. They shouted, "The thief is escaping. Shoot! You're asking for it." The old knight roared and cut off half the head of the scholar closest to him. He then turned around and swung his sword and cut 2 crossbowmen into 4 pieces. Thump, 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 thump. The crossbowmen did not miss a single shot. Almost all of them hit the old knight. There were also 1 or 2 arrows that hit the queen on his shoulder. But what was shocking was that the arrows that hit the old knight only produced sparks and then bounced off. Ah, damn it. The armor-piercing arrows that Londo sold us are fake. The general in blue armor threw away his crossbow and pulled out his sword while cursing. He shouted to his subordinates, "Use your sword and kill him." Facing the 9 soldiers and the Iron Knight, the old knight did not dodge at all. He exchanged injuries for injuries. Bam 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 bam, in the blink of an eye, the old knight was hit 8 times. A series of sparks appeared on his body. The huge force only made him sway, but he also used a spinning slash. Crash. 4 swordsmen were slashed, and 3 soldiers had their stomachs ruptured. They blankly held on to their intestines and fell to the ground. The general was wearing plate armor, and only a shallow scratch appeared on his lower abdomen. Damn Londo. Even the iron sword is fake. A soldier lay on the ground and muttered his last words. The general who escaped with his iron armor pointed at the old knight with a pale face. Valeglia steel. He's wearing Valeglia steel armor. His sword is so sharp. It's also Valeglia steel. The scholar who was hiding far away reminded him. The old knight ignored them. After breaking out of the encirclement, he immediately ran to the stairwell. The whole process seemed long, but in fact, it only took 2 rounds. The old knight slashed 3 times, and it took no more than 3 seconds. But just as he was about to rush to the 3rd floor, a figure appeared beside him. It was Danny. She stopped him and said, "Don't go up. There's an ambush on the roof." The scholar knows about the spiritual connection between the megalosaurus and the dragon rider. There are 40 to 50 crossbows and at least 200 crossbowmen. Which place has the least number of soldiers? I'll jump through the window. The old knight panted. No need. Wait here. I'll help you clean up the soldiers. Danny smiled mysteriously and disappeared again. The old knight was puzzled. The next moment, there was a scream outside the building. The sun. 7 gods above, a sun has risen in the sky. Ah, what's going on? Is it really the sun? But it's already 10 at night. The old knight found the window in the stairwell and peeked out. But before he could see anything, the armored swordsman from before chased after him with 6 soldiers. Do you know who I am? I'm Baristan Marcella. Get lost. The old knight roared in annoyance. What, Sir Baristan? You're not spies sent by Timon Bey? The 7 of them were stunned. The general put down his crossbow and carefully walked forward. Are you really Sir Baristan the Fearless? I'm Dax Norton, a knight under Count Hathar. I've met Sir Baristan a few times. Do you know me? No. Then, why don't you lift your visor and let me see? Knight Norton suggested. All right. The old knight took a few steps forward. Then, chi ding almost at the same time, the old knight thrust his sword towards the gap in the knight's throat. Norton also raised his hand and shot towards the old knight's eyes. Unfortunately, the old knight was already prepared and dodged the attack by ducking his head. You. Knight Norton clutched at his bleeding throat and staggered backwards. He shook his head and said, No, you. You're not. You're not Sir Baristan. He wouldn't be as shameless as you. Ha, you're right. I'm not him. White Knight let out a long sigh and swung his sword, slicing Norton's throat and neck into 2 pieces. Norton's head flew 7 to 8 meters away and landed right in front of the other 6 soldiers who were still hesitating. Blood spurted out and Norton's headless corpse fell to the ground. The old knight roared again, Get lost. Clang, a swordsman dropped his crossbow and ran away. He was still shouting, Lord Norton was killed by Sir Baristan. I'm not. Sigh. The old knight reached out his left hand in a daze as if he wanted to grab hold of something that had passed away. In the end, he could only sigh and shake his head. At this moment, the soldiers surrounding the steward's pavilion became louder and louder. The sun is setting. The old man didn't care about the archers downstairs. He hurriedly stuck his head out of the window and looked at the sky. With just one glance, his eyes widened. A dark red fireball the size of a small house was falling from the sky. Although it was just a fireball, it felt heavy as if a huge star was falling from the sky. Chapter 261. I'm so strong. To be honest, Dani herself did not expect her cooperation with Dahe to be so coordinated. The City of Knowledge was very familiar with the habits, abilities, and weaknesses of the Megalosaurus. There were hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows and hundreds of crossbowmen lying in ambush below. If Dani died tragically on the spot, her dragon would definitely sense it and chase after her to find her body and take revenge on the enemy. Similar incidents had happened many times in the history of the Targaryen family. In this way, the City of Knowledge could easily turn the dragon into a hornet's nest. Therefore, Dani did not even think of riding the dragon to dive and bomb. The old town was not her territory, so she could not make incendiary bombs in a short time. Therefore, she was ready to try the big fireball spell. The range of the Megalosaurus's dragon flame was about the same as the length of its body. Even Dahe could only spit out 2 to 4 meters of dragon flame. Any further and it would not be lethal. But the fireball spell was different. When Dani used the fire control spell to turn the dragon flame into a ball, the fireball could be stable for a long time. Last time in the Dorne Desert, she controlled Whitey's dragon flame to burn for 3 hours until it ran out of magic power. Dani had already guessed that she could merge with Dahe's soul. Their cooperation must be stronger than Whitey's. But she did not expect that the 9-colored vortex in their sea of consciousness would spin at the same time at the same frequency. Under the dragon spirit state, their wizard power gradually connected and merged. Then, Dahye transformed into a tailed beast. Wisps of visible fire elements condensed in his mouth. The exaggerated scene, similar to a Baijidama, almost scared Danny out of witchcraft control. The fireball expanded rapidly from the size of an egg. It lasted for about 40 seconds, the time that Dahye continuously spat out dragon flame, 20 seconds before Danny helped him to condense the meditation runes. A dark red fireball the size of a baby's bathtub formed in his mouth. That kind of heat and heaviness made Danny tremble with fear. The fire control spell had 10 times more control over the dragon flame fireball than ordinary flames. Ordinary fireballs would disperse when they were 1 or 2 meters away from Danny, but the dragon flame fireball could fly freely within 100 meters of her body. Even so, the fireball in front of her was too big. The bigger the fireball, the harder it was to control. She could barely move it. In desperation, Danny could only resign herself to fate. She let Dahye dive vertically and spit out the fireball when it was 500 meters away from the ground. When Dahye drew an arc in the sky and circled back to the general manager's pavilion, Danny was shocked and relieved to see that the fireball that had been freed from its bindings was rapidly expanding in the air. Its color had also changed from dark red to brighter and brighter, like a falling sun. The dim indigo sky was dyed red. When the fireball approached the roof of the steward's pavilion, it had already expanded to the size of a small house, an irregular sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Boom boom boom, debris flew everywhere, and a large part of the roof slowly caved in. The roar of the burning flames was muffled, drowning out the terrified screams of the ambushing soldiers. After the fireball encountered an obstacle, it became even more unstable. When it could not even maintain the most basic form of a sphere. Boom! The general manager's pavilion was 40 meters wide and 100 meters long. It was the largest building in the City of Knowledge, but at this moment, half of the roof had been blown away. Danny even saw a ring of air that was rapidly spreading out, mixed with a large number of tiles, wooden beams, twisted corpses, and dragon-slaying crossbows. Oh my God! I'm so invincible! Danny was so excited that she was dumbfounded. Although it did not have as high a penetrative ability as the Tomahawk missile, just by looking at the surface, the explosion range was not much worse than an explosive pack. When Baristan knocked away a piece of debris and broken wood and climbed to the top floor with difficulty, Danny had already changed to the white dragon in the sky and was roaring to clear the miscellaneous soldiers. Yes, she was still throwing fireballs on the ground. The small fireballs that were spat out by Little White were not as powerful as grenades, but they were enough to scare the frightened soldiers into throwing away their helmets and armor, shouting, "Seven gods bless," and, "Mother, save me," as they fled frantically. Half an hour later, on the central island at the estuary of the Honey Wine River, a group of high-ranking officials of the old town gathered together on the towering tower. Damn it, what the hell happened? It seems that half of the City of Knowledge is burning. Bere Haitan leaned against the window, staring in the direction of the City of Knowledge with an anxious face. The long-bearded old man on the seat of honor opened his closed eyes and looked straight at the calm young man beside him. Earl Garland, have you thought of a plan to deal with the aftermath? Didn't we discuss it before? Tiamin's spies sneaked into the City of Knowledge to cause destruction, Garland said doubtfully. No, it's not an excuse to deal with the people of the old town. Earl Layton, whose bald head was full of age spots, shook his head and sighed. I'm asking how to deal with the fury of the Mother of Dragons. Grandpa, you think she's not dead? Garland's pupils contracted, and he said with a trembling voice, That's impossible, right? She was not prepared at all. She should have been poisoned to death long ago. Isn't the City of Knowledge on fire? Isn't it the Megalosaurus venting its anger? It failed. The old man smiled bitterly. How do you know? Garland's eyes flickered. The old man explained bitterly, the magic tide did not fluctuate at all. Magic tide? Is it reliable? Garland suspected that the old man had gone mad. Report. As he spoke, the guard hurried into the hall with a doctor wearing a lead ring. Chief Theobald, what's the situation? Baylor hurried over and asked. Well, Dr. Wargrave could not handle official business, so Dr. Theobald had always been the one to exercise the authority. However, he was not a doctor of economics and history, so he did not preside over the discussion on reducing the trade deficit of the 7 countries 2 days ago. Not sure. Dr. Theobald's expression was unpleasant. Smack. Garland slapped the armrest of the wooden chair angrily, and asked loudly, what do you mean not sure? Previously, you all patted your chests and promised that the plan was perfect and flawless. There will definitely be no problems. Sigh, Danny Rice's senses are very sharp, and she sensed that there was something wrong with the food. At that time, the apprentice who delivered the food was stealing the food of the guests. Dr. Theobald explained the entire situation. There was someone monitoring the room next door, but no one dared to dig a hole to peek. Powerful knights would notice if they were being stared at with ill intentions. Garland asked again, even if the poisoning failed, there's still the dragon-slaying crossbow, they can't escape even if they have wings. We guessed wrong. The doctor shook his head, and said dejectedly, Baristan did not deliberately wear the tattered armor to deceive others. It was a set of rare Valeglia steel armor, and even his black longsword was an extremely sharp Valeglia steel sword. What? That extravagant? Baylor's eyes were about to pop out. But I remember, Layla. No, Danny Rice's armor was bought in the old town. Garland was puzzled. Only Baristan was wearing the Valeglia steel armor, and Danny Rice seemed to have been shot by a crossbow arrow, but the condition of her injury is uncertain, but since the dragon could still carry the 2 of them away, it means that she is not dead yet. What was that red sun just now? The old man asked. I don't know, maybe it was dragon flames. Dragon flames? Baylor was so agitated that his voice cracked from shouting, You have studied the Megalosaurus for thousands of years, but have you ever seen dragon flames like that? But we have checked the burn marks, and it indeed matches the characteristics of dragon flames. Magician Marvin thought that it was dragon flames transformed from fireballs, and he said that the Megalosaurus used fire control to turn the dragon flames into fireballs and spit them out. The old man stroked his long white beard and asked thoughtfully, just like the fire warlocks at the docks who control fire to turn it into a fight between beasts? Yes. Dragons can use magic. Garland and Baylor were dumbfounded. We don't want to believe it either, but this is not an exception. Dr. Theobald's smile was bitter and desperate. The Dragon King may not be the Great Wizard, but the Great Wizard must be the Dragon King. According to the records, Great Wizard Valeglia's Megalosaurus can spit out fire rings, fire birds, fire dragons, fire snakes, and even fire giants. Compared to that, the Mother of Dragons' dragon spitting out fireballs is nothing. Great Wizard Valeglia. The old man's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He glanced at his grandson, but kept his mouth shut. Sigh, how are we going to deal with the aftermath? Baylor slumped against the back of his chair, his face numb as he muttered to himself, I was against assassinating her before. Not to mention violating the guest's rights, we get along well with her. Danny Rice is gentle and polite, smart and wise, brave and good at fighting, and close to the people. So what if Targaryen is restored? Is it worth it just for Marjorie's position as queen? Everyone saw Cersei's attitude. Lannister is not willing to share the Iron Throne with Gao Ting. Lannister and Targaryen have a blood feud, but we only have a conflict of interests with her. What's the point of this? This has nothing to do with Gao Ting. Galantir's expression froze, and she looked around at everyone. She emphasized in a serious tone, Grandmother only said that we can cooperate with the City of Knowledge, but we, the Tyrell family, will not participate. Then who is responsible? I was against this from the beginning because Garth planned to sneak out and report the assassination to her. You even locked him up in the confinement room on the 4th floor. Baylor's eyes were red as he stared at his nephew and questioned. Unlike Galantir, who was trying to shirk responsibility, Baylor spoke from the bottom of his heart. The Heidel family had not invested in Lannister at all. Whoever ascended to the Iron Throne would not affect them at all. Furthermore, from their personal impressions, Baelor and Garth admired the beautiful champion of martial arts Layla, and even secretly admired her. If Layla Vesuvius had a higher status, Garth would have thought of pursuing her. Well, of course, now that he found out Layla's true identity, he felt that her status was too high. Baelor's status was suitable, but he already had a wife, and Garth was only the second son without the right to inherit. Thinking of this, Baelor looked at his father with some resentment. Since he had been studying magic at the top of the tower, he should have continued to train. Why did he have to come down and participate in such a troublesome and unrewarding matter? The old man stood up, and said to his grandson with a wooden face, "Garth, ask Lady Alina. This matter is beyond the Hyder family's ability. No matter what the lady in the City of Knowledge come to an agreement, I will fully support it. But it's late now, so let's all go." "Oh right." The old man walked a few steps with the help of his maid, and suddenly turned back to Professor Theobald. "Sir Steward, after you return to the City of Knowledge, please ask Professor Marwyn to come over. I want to ask about the dragon fireball." "All right." Baelor looked at his father who was staggering away, and then at Garth who was calling for the scholar to write a letter. He shook his head and went downstairs. Chapter 262. The next morning, the sun woke up from the eastern horizon and the sky was red. In the Crimson Mountain range 1,000 kilometers north of the Old Town, 2 megalosaurus, one black and one white, passed through the thin mist surrounding the mountain and landed on the cliff with pine moss growing on it. The breeze blew the hair on the girl's temples. Dany frowned and came to the old knight's side. She looked at the old red-nosed doctor in his arms and complained, "This kind of villain who violates the guest's rights, why don't you just throw him down and kill him? Why do you have to treat him?" She originally planned to cross 1,700 kilometers in one breath and go to King's Landing for lunch. "I want to know what the City of Knowledge is thinking." The old knight lowered his head and carefully pulled out an arrow that pierced through Pereston's thigh. Ow, ow, ow. Even though White Knight's actions were skillful and gentle, the red-nosed old man still howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Give me poppy milk." "We didn't bring poppy milk." White Knight took out alcohol and cotton from her backpack and began to disinfect the old man. The alcohol contaminated the wound and caused another round of miserable howls. After more than an hour, Dany had already eaten the burnt cow hind leg caught by Dahe. White Knight finally dealt with the 5 crossbow bolts and 4 broken bones on the doctor's body. "You're really lucky. None of the wounds are fatal." Dany sat on a large blue stone and leaned her back against Dahe's warm wings. She was very relaxed. White Knight used a dagger to slice off a piece of hind leg meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She said vaguely, "He's not lucky. I disguised him as you, so I naturally have to protect him and not let the arrows hit his vital parts." Dany nodded. Spiritual projection was a very important trump card. It was best not to expose it if it could be kept a secret. White Knight cut a piece of bloody red meat and gave it to the red-nosed old man. She asked, "Doctor, how did you discover Her Majesty's identity?" The sun climbed to the top of the mountain and the mountain fog had dispersed. Looking around at the edge of the cliff, the green forest and the dark red ridge were clearly visible. Perestan retracted his numb gaze and sighed. He took the beef and started chewing on it. He said as he swallowed, after Dr. Wargrave's reminder, several doctors who had seen Queen Layla noticed the abnormality. Dany Rise was her daughter after all, so there were some similarities between them. "It's just that we didn't think about it before. It's too crazy to travel thousands of miles from Slave Bay to Old Town." However, there was one suspicious point, and then countless other suspicious points. "Her name is Layla, and she's from the royal territory. Her father is the great feudal lord who lost his territory." Then, he turned to Dany and proudly said, "More importantly, we found a strand of your hair. After washing it with medicine, it turned out to be silver hair. Look at how smug you are. You've seen Sir Barristan countless times, but you still can't recognize him. Danny sneered. He has changed too much. His temperament and appearance have changed. White Knight asked seriously, why did you attack His Majesty? For the 7 kingdoms. Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, for the real world. How do you know about the real world? Pereston's eyes bulged as he asked in disbelief. I already know all the secrets of the City of Knowledge. The mad dance of the blood dragon and the extinction of the megalosaurus were all your doing. What? White Knight stood up in horror and said in shock, why did the City of Knowledge do that? Danny smiled bitterly and told him the purpose of the City of Knowledge and the secret behind the extinction of the megalosaurus. White Knight was still in disbelief. He turned to look at the red-nosed old man and asked with a complicated expression, is this true? I have nothing to say now. Just kill me. The old doctor looked miserable and closed his eyes to await his death. I saw many red god temples in the lower city of Old Town. Danny suddenly changed the topic. Other than Slave Bay, the mainland of Ursos, including the various cities of the Jade Sea, all the sea trade cities have red god temples and a large number of devout red god believers. If the areas under the influence of the church were marked with color, the entire world would be dyed red. Even the Westeros had a king who believed in the red god, Stannis. May I ask, Dr. Peristan, how do you plan to deal with Lalo? Seeing that he closed his eyes and did not answer, Danny smiled and continued, indeed, the extinction of the megalosaurus and the extinction of the magic tide, even some of the red god priests were affected. However, Lalo himself is growing stronger. Without the human extraordinary professionals, only the gods have the power of miracles in the world. This is more beneficial for the development of believers. Lalo has always been in the astral world, and the magic tide is the link between the astral world and the real world. Without the dragon, the magic tide has been extinguished. No matter how strong the gods in the astral world are, they can't interfere with the human world. Peristan opened his eyes and said loudly. Well, that makes some sense. Danny nodded and agreed with the old man's words. The problem is that some areas are very special. They are naturally close to the divine kingdom of the gods in the astral world. For example, Asia and beyond the Great Wall. Those areas can even trigger a magic tide of a higher energy level. There's an energy level for the magic tide? Peristan doubted. To be honest, I wasn't sure before. These 2 days, I read a lot of secret books in your library. As my knowledge increased, I realized something. Danny smiled bitterly. Do you still remember the red comet 2 years ago? She asked. The whole world saw it. No one can forget it. That's the appearance of a higher energy level magic tide. Danny sighed and looked up at the bright blue sky. She said slowly, I'll tell you clearly, the hatching of the dragon has nothing to do with the sacrifice. The activation of the stone egg requires 2 key elements, the fire element and the active soul element. The process of giving the 2 elements to the dragon egg is magic itself. In the age of magic without dragons, I can use magic to hatch the egg. This means that the magic level of the hatching dragon is higher than the ordinary magic used by the extraordinaries. Do you understand? Looking at the 2 people's blank faces, Danny looked depressed. After a while, Peristan nodded and said, I've realized something. What have you realized? Danny was a little surprised. You and the megalosaurus are the same. Both of you can trigger the magic tide. Both of you deserve to be killed. Danny gritted her teeth. She wanted to immediately draw her sword and slash this bastard. You idiot. Although the mother of dragons is the source of the magic tide, other than having a higher energy level, it's essentially no different from the extraordinaries like the fire warlock and the shadowbinder. Whether the mother of dragons can hatch a dragon or not is determined by the existence of a higher level. Seeing that the old man was still wearing an expression that said, you can continue to quibble, but I can see through the truth." Danny was furious and asked with a smirk, "Do you know when the other ghosts appeared?" "The deviant ghost is fake." The old professor's tone was firm. "I knew you would say that." Danny's smile became more and more eerie. It made the red-nosed old man feel a chill in his heart. She drew the clear sky, Valeglia's steel sword, from her waist and placed it on the old professor's head. "In the name of the queen, I judge Paris-Tan. You violated the rights of a guest and murdered the queen of the Undulls, Loinars, and the ancestors. The evidence is conclusive. You are punished, to wear black clothes and guard the borders of the kingdom." Paris-Tan was dumbfounded. "I became a night watcher." "Ha ha ha, yes. I'll spare your life. Go and guard the Great Wall." Thinking of the old man facing the deviant ghost army, Danny could not help but laugh out loud. "Your Majesty is so merciful." The White Knight seemed to be relieved and praised sincerely. She took some time to treat Pareston's injuries. When the King's Landing City and the Red Castle near Blackwater Bay came into view, it was already past lunchtime. As the center of the game of power, the King's Landing should have excited Danny. However, as soon as she passed through the city gate, she was greeted by a strong rancid smell. The smell of feces, rotten garbage and the urine of humans and animals made her want to vomit. Dahe and Little White put down Danny and Paris-Tan in the forest beside Rosby Road. Just like in the old town, they first found a courier station by the roadside and sold 2 horses. They then continued to walk in the southwest direction and entered the King's Landing through the steel gate in the east. The road was wide enough for 8 horses to walk side by side. The road was paved with bluestone. However, the street was very dirty. The thick mud and layers of feces made the horses feel like they were walking on a thick carpet. The layout of the buildings was also poor. The houses on both sides were uneven. Most of the houses were 2 or 3 stories high. The front yard and the backyard were connected to the pigsty, the stable and the garbage dump. Danny had the urge to flatten them all. However, there were a lot of people in the King's Landing. Most of them were poor. They wore gray linen clothes and were barefoot. They did not care about their appearance and were dirty and unkempt. They looked like refugees struggling for their lives. Even the few nobles who rode horses with swords were mostly wearing dark leather clothes and leather armor. They were not as gorgeous as the Free City's merchants. At the crossroads, a group of beggars approached Danny. There were more than 20 children who were less than 10 years old. They only wore a dirty t-shirt sewn with patches. Half of their dusty buttocks were exposed. Their small arms were as thin as firewood sticks. They held a broken wooden bowl and looked at her with pitiful eyes. They shouted dryly, "Miss Knight, please be kind. I'm hungry." Danny was upset. She was about to take out her purse and give them a handful of copper. Money is useless. They have someone behind them. The old knight stopped her and led her and the group of children into a small alley. They navigated the maze-like alleys with great familiarity. The buildings here were more densely packed than the houses on the street. The low yellow mud-thatched houses looked like 1,000 beggars squeezed into a 100-square-meter garbage dump. There were alleys everywhere, but there seemed to be nowhere to go. The sewers had long been blocked. Black and smelly wastewater flowed freely on the road. However, the alleys were not even paved with bricks. It was a long stretch of mud. The children left footprints with every step they took. From time to time, they would step on a dead cat with a bloated belly. With a squeak, its intestines and white maggots would be squeezed out of its broken belly. The smell was strong. "My lady, this is the flea's nest. It's the slum of King's Landing," White Knight explained in a low voice. "But isn't this too poor?" Danny frowned. "I don't believe that 1,000,000 gold royals can't build a neatly planned house with red bricks and green tiles. But who would be willing to pay 1,000,000 gold royals? It's such a large sum of money." White Knight shook her head and sighed. "Of course the king will pay. This is his country, his people. Isn't this what kings do? Danny said matter-of-factly. The old knight stared at her for a long time. Seeing her serious expression with anger, he could not help but smile. My lady, your way of thinking is very different from other kings. We're here. The old knight stopped in front of a shop with a dirty canvas shed. Chapter 263. In front of a two-story brick building, there was a messy courtyard without walls. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a black iron pot that could fit a cow. 7 or 8 men and women in linen clothes were busy cooking there. Someone was stuffing wood into a pot, a bloated woman with dull, coarse skin was washing turnips by a well, and a bearded man was skinning a dead dog with a sharp knife. Danny could smell the thick stench of decay from the blubbery carcass. Another person was holding a large dustpan and pouring dark red meat with pale white bones into the pot. He was pouring while 2 people beside him were stirring the pot with spoons. It could be seen that barley, soybeans, onions, and bones of unknown animals were already in the pot. A thick layer of oil floated on top of the thick brown soup. From time to time, bubbles the size of eyeballs would slowly pop up and burst. White steam brought with it a strange salty smell and spread in all directions. Gulp, gulp, Danny looked at the oily soup and felt a little nauseous. The reeds and firewood sticks next to her widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva with their fingers in their mouths. Sir, the brown soup is not ready yet. The square-faced man who was pouring the meat into the pot looked at Danny and White Knight for a while in confusion. My 2 knights, this place does not have good wine and meat to serve you. This group of children, White Knight pointed at the more than 20 beggar children around the tamed horses. Give each of them a bowl of brown soup. Wait, Danny's pupils contracted. She pointed at the dustpan in the arms of the square-faced man in shock. What is that? Damn it, you eat people. The dustpan was a little old. One of the bamboo strips jumped out and hooked the skin of a piece of red meat. It did not fall into the pot. And that piece of red meat, complete with skin, was the sausage that all normal men had. These guys really ate the sausage as if it was a sausage. Oh, this. The square-faced man pulled out the sausage and threw it into the pot as if nothing had happened. His voice was flat, but his tone seemed to be firm. We don't eat people. This is duck neck. The other busy shop assistants glanced at Danny indifferently. Their hands didn't stop moving, and they were still doing their own things. Danny still wanted to say something, and even wanted to draw her sword to cut them, but White Knight grabbed her elbow and shook her head with a serious expression. My lord, that's a duck's neck. The brown soup shop doesn't do any slaughtering business. They only buy meat and vegetables from the public. After cooking them into brown soup, they sell them to the nearby residents at almost cost price. Tens of thousands of flea nests, even hundreds of thousands of people, rely on them for a living. Danny put the sword back in its place in silence. The old knight dismounted his horse and walked into the small courtyard. He asked the other man, Striker, how's business recently? Sir Knight knows me. The square-faced man was surprised. I've lived in King's Landing for 40 years. I know exactly how many fleas there are in a flea nest. White Knight's tone was complicated. Hearing this, the square-faced man and the other shop assistants looked at the knight in iron armor and helmet with a lot of affection. It's not good, Stryker shook his head and sighed. There are 500,000 people in King's Landing. Most of the food, vegetables, and meat they need come from the king's territory. But the wolf cubs in the north didn't take down a big city, but they almost destroyed all the manors near Female Spring City. The lions in the west are even worse. The Iron Throne has changed his surname to Lannister. When the army passes, they still send soldiers to the countryside to rob food, kill people, and rape. The pig-faced young man squatting on the ground to make a fire said with emotion, I really miss the peaceful times when King Robert was alive. Yes, yes. The teenager next to him nodded in agreement. King Robert is great. Back then, you could buy a pork sausage with 1 copper coin. Now, even a pumpkin costs 3 copper coins. 1 gold royal can only buy a fan of beef. No, King Robert is nothing. King Ares is the best. The fat woman washing vegetables by the well shook her head and shouted, Dick, you are young and have not experienced the heiress age of that year. The people lived and worked in peace and did not have to worry about food and drink. The people in King's Landing were so happy that the brown soup business almost couldn't continue. The bearded butcher also had a nostalgic look on his face. He sighed and said, Yes, I still remember the 12th year of King Ares's reign over the 7 kingdoms. 1 copper coin could buy 10 big apples on the flower street. They were crisp and sweet. Ah, I haven't eaten a juicy red apple for half a year. Some of the shop assistants missed Robert, and some missed Ares. People who didn't know the situation would probably think that they were 2 peerless kings. But Danny understood that they didn't miss the king, but the summer of peace. Why was everyone looking forward to the coming of summer? It was because summer was rich in produce. If there was no war, almost no one would starve to death. Danny kicked the horse's belly and entered the small courtyard. She frowned and looked at the boiling soup pot. She asked the old knight, Their brown soup shop really doesn't make money? Stryker pulled at his dirty linen shirt and said unhappily, Look at us. Do we look like rich people? Danny nodded and pointed to the group of children behind her. She asked, How much should I pay for providing brown soup for them for half a year? Stryker counted with his fingers. The more he counted, the more tangled and confused his face became. After a while, he waved his hand helplessly and said, You can give me whatever you want. 10 silver dear, 20 silver dear, it's fine. Will you be greedy for my money but not give them food? Danny asked again. How is that possible? I, Stryker, am also a famous person in the flea's nest. Stryker blushed with anger and pointed to the White Knight, Your companion knows me. Ask him. Give him 20 gold royals, and old Stryker won't be greedy. The old knight said affirmatively. Stryker was so moved that his eyes turned red. Old knight, open your mask and let me see. Someone who knows me so well must be my good friend. So, the White Knight opened his mask, revealing a hairy beard. You are. Stryker was shocked. Columbus of Mud Street. Where have you been these years? You haven't come to drink with me for a long time. Danny, I'm not Columbus. The White Knight pulled up his upper armor with some disappointment. Forget it, I've seen you many times, but you don't know me. Oh, that's right. Stryker scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. Brother, I'm sorry, just like I know Queen Mother Circe, but she certainly doesn't know who I am. This metaphor, ahem, it's not 20 gold royals. Danny coughed a few times, interrupting the awkward conversation of the 2 old men. I have a huge sum of money to donate to your shop. I just hope that there will be hungry children coming over in the future, and they can all have a full meal. Are you stupid? Stryker looked at her blankly. How am I stupid? Danny was puzzled. You're a noble lady from a rich family, why do you care about those little bastards who have no one to raise? Stryker asked. I have money, and I'm happy. Stryker's mouth twitched. He dropped the dustpan, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes, and reached out to Danny. Don't worry, I won't be greedy for a copper coin. Danny opened her backpack and tossed a leather bag over. The bag was about 4 to 5 pounds heavy. Caught off guard, Stryker almost dropped it. This silver coin is enough for 20 gold royals. Bullshit, he glanced at Danny and began to untie the leather bag while muttering. A bright golden light almost dazzled his eyes. This. Stryker looked shocked and dazed, looking at Danny at a loss. It's just 200 or 300 gold royals, don't be so ignorant. Danny waved her hand and said casually. What, it's all gold royals. The other shop assistants didn't even do their work, and all ran over to watch. When they saw the shiny and adorable little golden dragon, the way many people looked at Moneybag and Danny changed. Greed, hesitation, viciousness, and even eagerness to have a go at it. Stryker woke up in an instant and shouted at his shop assistant, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Haven't you seen the world? It's just a few hundred gold royals, go back to work." His tone was harsh, and his voice was like thunder. The shop assistants lowered their eyes and retreated silently. "My lord, you can." At this time, Stryker shook his head with a wry smile and said to Danny, "You think too highly of me." Danny raised her chin to the White Knight and said with a smile, "His recognition is worth far more than this bag of gold royals, but I only have this much cash left, otherwise." Stryker was shocked, looked at the old knight again, and solemnly said, "Who are you?" "Dornaston, worked in King's Landing for a few years." Stryker thought hard, but he still couldn't remember such a luxurious hero. He shook his head and solemnly said, "I can't accept this money, and I'm not qualified to accept it. But I can help you pass it to the Big Sparrow, only he can hold and use your donation." "You know the Big Sparrow? Did you join a poor person's party?" Danny frowned. "No, I don't know the Big Sparrow, and I haven't joined any church-armed organization, but the Big Sparrow has heard of my name." Stryker straightened his chest and said proudly, "He often sends cultivators to send food to me, asking me to reduce the cost of brown soup and help more people." Danny was shocked. Has the Big Sparrow been doing these things? Well, he sold almost all the valuable things in the Holy Church, even the Archbishop's crown was sold to buy food to relieve the poor of King's Landing. Therefore, recently, the unemployed people in the King's Territory in Hejian County have been gathering in King's Landing. Danny's face changed a few times, and she asked, "Are you going to see the Archbishop now?" "Of course." Stryker raised his money bag and smiled bitterly. "If I don't go now, I'm afraid I won't live past tonight when the news spreads." "Is King's Landing so chaotic?" The White Knight frowned. "I'm so hungry." Leaving the group of little beggars in the brown soup shop to wait for the soup to be cooked, Stryker stuffed the money bag into his pocket and left with Danny. The three of them passed through the narrow alley in silence. When they came to the main road, the dignified look on Stryker's face dissipated a little. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "The weather is getting cold. I heard that there was a light snow in Hejian County 2 months ago. Everyone knows that winter is coming, but the kingdom is now. Miss, you have shown your wealth. Don't go to the flea nest again in the future." A year ago, the famine in King's Landing rioted, even several Kingsguard died, and even the Archbishop. Although Stryker didn't say anything more, Danny still guessed that the Archbishop was probably made into brown soup. After thinking about it, Danny pulled out a piece of parchment with complicated patterns and exquisite manufacture from her backpack. "This is also for you." "What is it?" Stryker took it and looked at it. "I can't read, but the mark of the 7 gods and several strings of numbers on it looks a bit like the deposit certificate of the church bank." Chapter 264. It's a certificate of deposit from the church bank. It's anonymous and can be exchanged for money at sight. This world sea trade was particularly developed, and even the banking industry was prosperous. It was unrealistic to issue paper currency, but things similar to the Song dynasty's jiaozi had long existed. However, most of them were large amount certificates of deposit with real names. The Golden Dragon Bank did not accept more than 3, and only the person involved or their designated person was present and signed before the money could be withdrawn. Of course, the bank encouraged people to use anonymous certificates of deposit, which were almost equivalent to large banknotes. But it was very unsafe. If Danny was robbed, she would lose 20,000 gold royals at once, but the ransom of a baron was only 100 gold royals. Therefore, even if Danny took down the 3 major cities of Gith, she didn't get many anonymous certificates of deposit from the slave merchants. Stryker's eyes widened, and his fingers trembled as they slid on it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 7 gods above, 20,000 gold royals. It's a small matter, Danny waved her hand lightly. Tell the big sparrow to use the money immediately. It's best not to buy food in the 7 kingdoms. Go to the other side of the narrow sea to find a food merchant. 20,000 gold royals is a small matter. Are you a billionaire? Sure enough, no one is perfect. This Miss Knight is kind, beautiful, and good-looking, but she loves to brag. Stryker carefully hid the parchment and asked in confusion, why? It's cheaper to buy food from the High Court. Alas, the 7 kingdoms are short of food. It's difficult to survive this winter if we only consume internally and don't buy externally. Moreover, Tyrell and Lannister are in constant conflict. The High Court will not always support King's Landing. When you all run to the river bend to sell food, the price will definitely rise rapidly. Even if the cost of foreign profiteers remains unchanged, they will also increase the price of food. In such a vicious cycle, the currency will depreciate crazily, and the economy of King's Landing will inevitably collapse. This Stryker couldn't understand at all. He was at a loss, so he suggested, why don't you come with me to the great cathedral to see the Archbishop? If you have any suggestions, you can tell the big sparrow in person. You are kind-hearted. Although I don't understand your suggestions, they are always beneficial to the people of King's Landing. Meet the big sparrow. Danny hesitated and looked at White Knight. You can meet him. Barristan nodded. Danny asked Stryker again, will he see me? Definitely. Alright, I would also like to know more about that legendary Archbishop. The King's Landing was bordered by the Blackwater River to the south and the Blackwater Bay to the east. The city was mainly composed of 3 hills, named after the names of Aegon the Conqueror and his wife. The Raineth Hills, where the commoners and the poor lived, was located at the center of the abandoned Dragon's Nest and the Flea's Nest. The Visania Hills, where the artisans and the middle class lived, represented by the great cathedral of St. Bell, the Church of the 7 Gods. The king and the nobles lived in the high hill of Aegon. The Red Castle was located at the high cliff at the corner of the Blackwater River and the Blackwater Bay. They went all the way east along the main road. The streets were still dirty and messy, but the buildings gradually became tall and neat. The air was still full of stench and decay, but there was also the smell of liquor, powder, and toast mixed in it. Well, it seemed to be even worse when mixed together. Along the way, Danny met a naked prostitute leaning on the window on the 2nd floor to solicit customers. She saw a blue-robed woman carrying a basket of vegetables. She took out 2 copper coins from her pocket and bought 5 shriveled apples the size of a child's fist from the street vendor. She saw hotels and restaurants with poor business. After turning to Sister Silence Street, Danny also saw the famous Alchemist Guild. In such a large black stone building complex, only 2 or 3 fire warlocks were wandering in and out. The nearby ordinary people seemed to be avoiding the source of the plague, and they deliberately quickened their pace when passing by. In contrast to the deserted Alchemist Guild, St. Bell's Cathedral was almost overcrowded, mostly with ragged and dirty refugees. They seemed to have made their home in the place, with the old and the young, building tents of coarse cloth on the white marble floor, huts of mud beside the altar of St. Bernard, and on the steps of the pulpit of the great cathedral, and then spreading their bedrolls, and lighting their bonfires, and setting aside their pots and pans. There was smoke in front of St. Bell's Cathedral. Stryker walked quickly to a group of brown coarse cloth soldiers and handed the money bag to the one-armed leader. While explaining, he also pointed at Danny on the side of the square. Soon the group of soldiers came to Danny. They were slovenly, dirty, and sloppy, holding spears and axes, and their uniforms were not neat. Some people wore a bumpy plate armor on their coarse cloth coat, some wore rusty mail armor, and some only had a cracked leather armor, but all of them had the church's 7-pointed star painted on their chests. Danny understood that this ragged army was probably the Big Sparrow's beggar army, the Poor People's Congregation. Of course, the Poor People's Congregation was what ordinary people called this church's armed forces. In the Church of the 7 Gods, its real name was actually very powerful, the Star Warriors. The one-armed man first expressed his gratitude to Danny and Baristan, and then asked, "Miss, are you a church member?" "Well, we all believe in the 7 gods, and I'm still a member of the church." Danny nodded. "Well, I'll take you two to see the Archbishop immediately." The one-armed man smiled with satisfaction. "Two church members, how should I address you?" Danny handed the horse to a star warrior and smiled. "My name is Keisha Alexander, and he is my knight attendant, Aston." "Hello, Miss Keisha, my name is Lancel." The one-armed man hesitated for a moment. "Lancel Lannister." "Lannister?" Danny was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered who he was. He was Jaime's cousin, the one who climbed into Cersei's bed, and the one who killed Robert. "I've given up my title and territory, and have decided to dedicate the rest of my life to the 7 gods." The one-armed man looked weary, and his tone was bleak, like a monk who had seen through the world of mortals. They walked through the crowd, passing bonfires, carriages, and shacks. The refugees' expressions were dull, gloomy, and numb. Some of them even had a hint of hostility. Lancel stopped in the middle of the crowd and announced loudly, "This is Miss Keisha Alexander, our church member, a devout believer of the 7 gods, and she has donated a lot of money to us." As if suddenly turning on the beautifier and backlight, the refugees' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at Danny with warm, respectful, and kind eyes, and the gray and cold weather seemed to have brightened up. "So realistic," Danny complained in her mind, but she still put on a smile. When she got close to the statue of the blessed King Bael, she was shocked to see that the majestic marble statue with a kind smile was filled with bones and skeletons from the waist down, and many of them still had flesh and blood left. There were white and fat maggots wriggling, buzzing flies flying around, and even a flock of crows sitting on top of them, enjoying a dry meal. "What are they doing?" Danny asked Lancel, who was beside her. "They are the church members, nuns, monks, and bishops who died tragically in Hejien, the king's domain, and the Stormlands in recent years. Some of them were hanged by the Red Gods, some were disemboweled by the Northern Army, and most of them were." After a pause, the one-armed man continued with a grim expression, "They were killed by the blood troop hired by Duke Tywin. There were also bandits in Hejien and the king's domain. They robbed monks, raped nuns, and even killed Silence and her sister. The brothers of the Congregation of the Poor collected their remains from all over the country, hoping that the Holy Church would bear witness to their deaths. The Blood Troop was the warrior troop, a mercenary troop whose reputation in Ursos was second only to the Second Son's troop, Titan's bastard troop, which was wiped out by Danny. The stupidest thing Duke Tywin did in his life was to hire the infamous warrior troop from the other side of the Narrow Sea to do his dirty work for him. Apart from the fact that his son Jaime's right hand was chopped off by the leader of the warrior troop, this arrangement also completely destroyed the agricultural production in Hejien, but it did not help much in defeating the Hejien warlords. After the War of the Four Kings, the Three River Basin, as the granary of the 7 kingdoms, became the biggest burden for the Iron Throne. The Big Sparrow, including the little sparrows under his command, were all refugees from the Three River Basin. Walking on the stone steps in front of the Holy Church, Lancel reminded, "Miss Keisha, according to the Archbishop's order, weapons that are not armed members of the Church are not allowed to enter the Holy Church. You and your attendant have to take off your sword belts." "Yes." Danny took off the sword from her waist and handed it to the White Knight. "Wait here." The old knight hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took Clear Sky. Ordinary iron swords could be handed over to the Congregation of the Poor, but Valeglia's steel swords did not look special. Anyone who took them out and wielded them would immediately notice the unusual weight and thickness. If 2 Valeglia's steel swords appeared at the same time, it was hard to say whether the Congregation of the Poor would be greedy or cause other trouble. Passing through the St. Bell Square and a small garden, Danny followed Lancel to the gate of the Holy Church. The Holy Church was a magnificent marble dome with 7 crystal towers standing in the middle. After passing through the gate, there was a long corridor that led to the interior of the Holy Church. Lancel stopped in front of the corridor, where more than 20 monks in coarse linen clothes knelt on the ground, scrubbing the floor with a cloth in their right hand and soap in their left hand. While Danny was wondering, a thin old man about 1.5 meters tall got up from the ground and threw the cloth back into the wooden bucket. His wizened face cracked a smile and said, "Keisha, thank you for everything you've done for the people of King's Landing." You're the Archbishop?" Danny stared at him with wide eyes. The old man was not as tall as her shoulders, and his body was too thin. His brown robe looked like it was wrapped around a hemp pole, and his bare feet were black and hard like tree roots. But he was not sloppy at all. His robe was worn and patched, but it was clean. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his thin hair was combed to the back of his head and tied into a knot. He was a very refreshing little old man. "I'm the Great Sparrow," he said with a gentle smile. "It's not convenient to receive guests here. Keisha, please come with me." He led her through a corridor full of dirty water and soap bubbles, through a double-opened inner door, and into a spacious hall. Danny's iron boots and the Great Sparrow's bare feet echoed on the marble floor. There were 7 tall statues in the hall. Except for the stranger, the altars under the other 6 statues were filled with candles. There were almost 1,000 candles, and they were as bright as the stars. When they came to the center of the hall, 7-colored light shone in from the leaded glass window on the dome. Dust danced in the light, and the air was filled with the smell of incense. A monk led hundreds of sparrows to pray in front of the statue of the Holy Mother. Their voices were like the waves of the distant sea, ethereal and sacred. "Which god does Keisha serve?" the Great Sparrow asked softly. "Maiden," Danny said, and walked towards the maiden's altar on her own accord. Chapter 265. Danny knelt down on the rug before the maiden's portrait and recited the maiden's midday prayer from the 7 Stars Bible with practiced precision. The big sparrow knelt down beside her and joined in the prayer. "Keisha, where are you from? Is it okay for you to take out 20,000 gold royals at once?" After the prayer, the two knelt down in front of the statue and chatted. There was a unique number on the deposit certificate of 20,000 gold royals, and the details of the deposit could be found according to the number. In other words, if the big sparrow took the deposit certificate to withdraw money, he would be able to guess her identity. Of course, the big sparrow could also use the deposit certificate to exchange for food on the other side of the narrow sea. However, the City of Knowledge would definitely inform the Iron Throne that the Dragon Queen had appeared in the old town, so Danny felt that there was no need to hide the fact that she had been to the King's Landing from the big sparrow. "Your Excellency, I'm afraid you've noticed that when I first saw you, I should have knelt down and kissed the back of your hand, but I didn't. Do you know why?" "I'd like to hear the details." The big sparrow was curious. Not to mention Danny, even if Queen Mother Circe and Tomon came to the great cathedral, they would also kneel down and greet the big sparrow when they saw him. Because the big sparrow was the representative of the 7 gods in the mortal world. "Because I'm also a big sparrow." Danny said something that shocked the big sparrow. You're from the Starry Cathedral in the old town." No nun has ever been crowned as a big sparrow. It has nothing to do with the big sparrow who are afraid of you. I'm from the continent of Ursos." Danny shook her head. Of course, the big sparrow was afraid of the big sparrow. The monks who were cleaning the floor in the corridor were all the original big sparrow of the King's Landing. The big sparrow was originally a wandering monk in the Three River Valley. He relied on a group of beggars and used an axe to force the big sparrow to elect him as the big sparrow. After that, they were deprived of their luxurious life. Every day, if they didn't work, they wouldn't be able to eat. There was a bishop named Tolbert who was too fat. In the country where the whole of King's Landing was starving, he was judged by the Great Sparrow for his sins. Now, he was locked up in a secret room to repent, and could only eat a small amount of bread and water every day. This news was told to her by the big man Striker on the way here. "Ugh, Ursos also has the Church of the 7 Gods." The big sparrow had a strange look on her face. Could this Miss Keisha be a liar? Both the Church of Seven and the Undulls originated from the upper Rhone plains, but the competition between the races in Ursos was too fierce. In terms of technology, the Undulls' iron-smelting technology was stolen from the Lorna people. In terms of magic, the seven gods did not exist at all. The priests of the seven gods did not have supernatural powers. Thousands of years ago, the last Undul's kingdom had been burned to ashes by 100 dragons led by the Dragon King of Valeglia. I was the one who established the Church of the Seven Gods. Other than a few dozen knights who were anointed with holy oil, there were only a few hundred little nuns who were being trained. The big sparrow was startled and asked, "Where is the church built?" "A remote place in the east of Volantis, which happens to be in the empty area of the Red God's power." Hearing that it was just a small church in a remote place, the big sparrow immediately believed the words of the Archbishop, Keisha. At the same time, she felt a little disappointed. Such a small church, it would not take long for it to be overwhelmed by the followers of the Red God. "Priest Keisha, since you are in a difficult situation, why did you donate so much money to the King's Landing?" The big sparrow asked hesitantly. Although our church is small, we are not short of money. Priest Keisha has been to the old town. The big sparrow remembered the place where the deposit receipt came from. Yes, but not as the archbishop of a foreign church. In fact, the Church of the Seven Gods I established belongs to the new church. If the archbishop is the same as the archbishop of the old town, I will not reveal my identity at all. New church. The big sparrow frowned and asked unhappily, "You changed the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods." "Sigh, the whole world is about to be dyed red by the Light King. I have to improve the survival of the church," Danny said helplessly. In terms of combat power, the Church of the Seven Gods was not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Red God priest. Even if survival is difficult, is a church that has changed its doctrine still the Church of the Seven Gods? Archbishop, in fact, what you are doing now is very consistent with the doctrine of the new church. How is that possible? My actions are strictly in accordance with the Seven Stars Bible. The big sparrow said angrily. The abstinence and frugality that you proposed is one of the core principles of the new church. Then Danny explained the concept of Puritanism. Different from the Presbyterian faction, constitutional monarchy, and the radical faction, abolition of the monarch, republicanism, in British history, Danny referred to a lot of Confucian and Taoist ideas. There were restrictions on the power of the monarch, but strictly followed the political idea of the monarch and his minister, father and son. Puritanism, this. The big sparrow's face was full of anger at first, but gradually, it became thoughtful and enlightened. Finally, it opened its eyes wide, and its expression was excited and yearning. This is the ideological state that I have been searching for. Archbishop Keisha, you are Saint Bailey alive, and you will definitely leave a glorious page in the scripture of the seven gods in the future. You are flattering me. The abstinence that I proposed is not a narrow ban on the sex between men and women. It's just that Archbishop Keisha is still a little conservative. The big sparrow smacked her lips and said, "The church shouldn't be subordinate to the monarchy. Under the seven gods, we are all equal." Danny's face was blank, and she did not comment. She should have thought about it earlier. With the big sparrow's behavior, even locking up Circe and Marjorie, it was the most radical of Puritanism. Your Excellency, I fully understand your thoughts and aspirations, but have you thought about the counterattack of the great nobles? Danny reminded. She would not challenge the Iron Throne in the near future. She would let the big sparrow torture Circe and Tyrion for the next few years. The Constellation Warriors and the Sons of War are the Church's strongest shield, the big sparrow said confidently. Well, I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry. Danny grinned. The Constellation Warriors are just farmers who have put down their hoes. When faced with a fully armed Iron Knight, 10,000 of them will not be able to defeat 200 of them. The Sons of War are true knights who have been anointed with holy oil. We now have 100 sons of war, the big sparrow said proudly. Not enough, far from enough. Dany shook her head. Not to mention whether the sons of war, who are both nobles and disciples, are trustworthy, 100 knights are too few. You are challenging the authority of the Iron Throne. Indeed, there are too few people, but why not? They have all sworn an oath before the 7 gods. If oaths were useful, Prince Rhaegar would not have violated the sacred marriage law, the War of the Usurpers would not have happened, Robb Stark would not have violated the sacred oath, and the bloody wedding would not have happened. There was also Queen Cersei, Queen Marjorie, however, it was a gentleman's rule to not talk too much. The two had just met for the first time, and some things could not be said. Dany sighed inwardly and continued to set a trap for Cersei. Your Excellency, you still have a fatal hidden danger. What hidden danger? Your actions are not recognized by all the archbishops. If the Iron Throne executes an operation to decapitate you, I'm afraid, when she first watched Wandering Power, Dany still felt that the scene of Cersei blowing up St. Belle's Cathedral was unreasonable. After all, the Big Sparrow was not a rogue practitioner. If one of them died, the whole family would die. Except for the northern region, the other 6 countries had their own cathedral and archbishops. Especially the Old Town, before Aegon the Conqueror appeared, the starry cathedral had always been the church's headquarters, and the church there was no weaker than the King's Landing. If you blew up the King's Landing Cathedral, wouldn't the archbishops of other places avenge the Big Sparrow? Now Dany understood. He really wouldn't. The sudden appearance of the Big Sparrow had divided the Church of the 7 Gods. He was completely different from the rest of the archbishops. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the Old Town's church bank, why would the Big Sparrow need to sell his crown for gold to buy bread? The Big Sparrow also knew that he was not liked by the other archbishops. Of course, he hated the archbishops who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and kidnap beautiful little boys. However, he was confident in his own safety. There are thousands of star warriors here. No one can hurt me. I've heard of an extremely terrible thing, Dany lowered her voice and said nervously. There are secret passages under the 3 high hills of the King's Landing, and there are even wildfires buried by Targaryen. If someone ignites the wildfires under St. Bailey's Cathedral, then, that's impossible, right? The Big Sparrow looked doubtful. I've checked it myself. There are no secret passages under the cathedral. Hey, how did Duke Tywin die? That, thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried running in the quiet hall. The two stopped talking and looked back. They saw the one-armed hero, Lancel, running in a hurry. Your Excellency, Randall Tally brought an army into St. Bailey's Square. He said that if you don't release Queen Marjorie immediately, he will massacre the cathedral. Damn, Fatty Sam's father is so brave. Dany suddenly wanted to go out and meet the 4th General of the Westeros. Only Queen Marjorie? The Big Sparrow frowned and asked. Yes, Count Tally is a vassal of the High Court. He only asked for the release of Queen Marjorie. The Big Sparrow's expression eased a little. He nodded and said slowly, I'll go out and meet Count Tally. Right, arrange for Keisha to, Dany volunteered, I'll go with you. I'm a knight. I can protect you. That's fine too. After hesitating for a moment, the Big Sparrow agreed. The group quickly left the cathedral hall. On the stone steps outside the door, Dany took the sword from the White Knight and whispered a few words of explanation. Then, she followed a few children of war and walked to the square in front. The arc-shaped shields painted with the image of the Strider Hunter formed a wall. They ignored the tents, mud houses, and carriage houses in the square and slowly pushed forward. Iron spears flashing with cold light pierced through the gaps in the shield wall. Count Tally didn't have many soldiers, no more than 1,000, but their valiant temperament and firm and fearless fighting spirit instantly suppressed the thousands of poor people's gatherings into dregs. The refugees and Constellation warriors shouted and cursed, throwing bricks, mud, wooden sticks, and other debris at the soldiers behind the shield wall. However, they were unable to stop the footsteps of the shield soldiers. They could only shout in vain, "The 7 gods have descended to punish the sinners." On the lectern, one could see the armored general sitting high on a warhorse behind the spear and shield soldiers. He was surrounded by 30 to 40 cavalrymen, and there were also riders holding the blue flag of the Strider Hunter. When the big sparrow arrived, the crowd was noisy and separated to the sides like a tide. The shield wall on the opposite side also cracked open a small path. Count Tally dismounted and walked alone to the archbishop, who was surrounded by the children of war. Chapter 266. To the surprise of Danny and everyone else, Randolph took off his helmet in front of the big sparrow and knelt on one knee. He devoutly held up the big sparrow's skinny, calloused right hand and kissed the back of it. The archbishop did not avoid it and firmly accepted the count's greeting. Danny, who was standing in the crowd of children of war, also saw Sam's father for the first time. He was a 1.9 tall, strong man with a square face, a big bald head, and a short, hard gray beard. At first glance, Danny knew that he was a soldier with an iron will. At the same time, his eyes were sharp and deep, indicating that he might be rigid, but he did not lack wisdom. After the greeting, Randolph stood up and put on his helmet again. He directly stated his purpose. "Your Excellency, I'm here for Queen Margaret. Tyrell is the lord of the Tully family, and I'm also a subject of the Iron Throne. There are some things that I have to do." "I understand." The big sparrow nodded and asked with a flat expression, "But Her Majesty is facing several charges. I can't stop her trial. Queen Margaret will not escape the trial, but during the trial, she can't continue to be detained in the Holy Church. I can swear to be her guarantor. Under my supervision, she will definitely participate in the final church trial." Count Tally spoke forcefully and softly of a compromise. His statement was equivalent to admitting that the church had the right to judge the queen, and he did not erase Little Rose's identity as a defendant. Now, he was only using Count Tally's reputation and military power as a guarantee to let Little Rose obtain the right to be released on bail pending trial. There was no doubt that the big sparrow knew when to stop. "Yes, Count Tally can take Queen Margaret away." Randolph nodded and waved his hand behind him. The cavalry began to shout loudly to command the spear and shield soldiers to line up and leave. About 15 minutes later, Count Tally's army had already disarmed themselves from their threatening stance, neatly lining up in 10 columns. At this moment, 8 broad-shouldered, thick-waisted nuns with cold expressions walked over with 3 startled young girls. Little Rose, the Virgin Queen, and her 2 cousins were unkempt. Dressed in coarse linen clothes, they looked like female college students who had been kidnapped by human traffickers to the mountains for half a year. They did not look like the Rose of High Court at all. "Your Majesty," Randolph Tarley hurriedly took off the thick blue wool cloak from his shoulders and walked a few steps to the calmest of the 3 women, the brown-haired girl, and covered her with the large cloak. "Your Majesty, it's all over now. I'll take you home now." "Woo-woo." Finally, the pale-faced girl cried in Tully's arms. The other 2 girls also hugged each other and burst into tears. When Tully helped the queen get on the horse, more than 1,000 soldiers left to protect her. Only then did the big sparrow sigh and wave his hand to dismiss the children of war. "Keisha, you're right. Things are different now. The armed forces of the church are no match for any of the great nobles," the big sparrow sighed helplessly when they returned to the sanctuary hall. "Archbishop, you don't have to worry too much. You have a high prestige in the hearts of the people of King's Landing. No nobles would dare to risk universal condemnation and stain the sanctuary with blood," Danny comforted him. "Hold on, Big Sparrow. You can't back down. Forget about Marjorie, at least you can't back down when it comes to Cersei. You have to teach her a lesson." Thinking of this, Danny could not help but suggest, "Your Excellency, the biggest problem in King's Landing now is food. Whoever has food and can fill the stomachs of the common people will have the right to speak. Your most important problem now is to quickly find the people of Bravos for a loan and plunder every grain in the free city. What can I use as collateral? The big sparrow frowned. The church's bank. The church's bank in the old town can be used as collateral for at least 3 to 4 million gold royals. The church's bank loaned 1 million gold royals to the Iron Throne alone. Even after the Grand Sparrow of King's Landing waived off the debt, the bank in the old town did not show any signs of bankruptcy. From this, one could see how wealthy the monks who claimed to serve the 7 gods wholeheartedly were. My order can't be conveyed to the old town, the big sparrow said awkwardly. Waiving the debt of the Iron Throne was just a matter of words. No matter how reluctant the church's bank was, it could not force the king to repay the loan that no longer existed. However, it was another matter to ask the church's bank to take the initiative to help the refugees in King's Landing. Unless one day, the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to the sanctuary of stars. Cheap. Danny's eyes flashed and she sneered, of course, the Iron Treasury knows that you can't control the church's bank. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to borrow from them. However, since the founding of Bravos, no one has ever owed the Iron Treasury a single copper coin. Therefore, they have never lacked the confidence to collect the debt. The key is whether the business is worth their effort. If the total value of the church's bank is 5 million gold royals, you can mortgage it to the Bravosians at a 50% discount. They will definitely give you 2.5 million gold royals. No, I can't do that, the big sparrow shook her head and refused. I can't sell the church's property at a cheap price. The 7 gods can't forgive such a sinful act. Hey, Your Excellency, you're too honest. Danny sighed and shook her head as she came up with a bad idea. I tell you, the church won't lose a penny. When you get the money, immediately tell the bankers in the old town about the mortgage. They know the power of the Iron Treasury. For their own interests, they will definitely transfer the assets of the church's bank in advance. They will either leave a house full of bad debts or simply declare the bank bankrupt. Of course, the Bravosians are not stupid. The contract they signed with you must indicate the church's bank. Even if the church's bank in the old town goes bankrupt, in the future, when the new church's bank is rebuilt, you still have to pay them back. Yes, as long as the Church of the 7 Gods is there, we can't avoid it. The big sparrow nodded. Hee, then declare the church's bank bankrupt forever. From now on, there will be no more banks. Well, the church's economy is mainly maintained by loans and donations from the nobles. The donation income is very unstable. Without the bank, the church's income will be reduced by 80%. Damn, 80% of the income from loans? Just how black-hearted are you cultivators? Danny complained in her heart, but she smiled and said, let's change into another armor. Identity? The big sparrow was confused. Let the Iron Throne and the Hyder family come forward and establish a central bank of the Westeros. The shares are all controlled by the church. The 7 countries, the Iron Throne, and the Hyder family are the guarantors. The credibility is definitely not worse than the church's bank. Ah. The big sparrow understood. Although it was a little shameless, it was very feasible. He looked at Danny in surprise and sighed in his heart. Not only did she make the Iron Treasury bleed, but she also took care of the disobedient archbishops in the old town. This Archbishop Keisha is really cunning. Then he thought, that's right, if someone can establish the Church of the 7 Gods in the land of tigers and wolves like Ursos, the church will not be able to survive if she is not cunning. Let me think about it. The church can still survive for a while. There's no time to think about it. I'll be honest with you. In a few months, the price of food will skyrocket. The same amount of gold can only buy 1/10, or even 1/100 of the food now. Danny shook her head and sighed. Why? Even if winter comes, the price won't rise that much, right? The big sparrow was puzzled. Have you heard of the mother of dragons? Daenerys Targaryen?" The old man's face scrunched up and he smiled bitterly. "The Free Cities have formed an alliance." "How can I not know?" "It's because I know how scary she and her dragons are that I'm anxious to expand the church's armed forces." "I knew you were a big troublemaker." Dany glanced at him and asked, "If she really comes back, what will the church do?" "It depends on her faith." To the church, Lannister, Bella, Theon, Targaryen are all the same. "Oh, no, I will never allow that traitor Stannis to sit on the Iron Throne." Fortunately, with the City of Knowledge as a comparison, this troublemaker can still be saved. Well, the City of Knowledge wanted to create a pure material world without magic and gods, but the 7 gods. At least a devout believer like the Big Sparrow would not think that the 7 gods were just 7 wooden blocks. The church and the City of Knowledge had different ideals, they could not piss into the same pot. Soon, the Mother of Dragons will buy food from the Rhone Plains and the Land of Strife. That's right, she will probably fight for the Iron Throne. "I see." The old man sighed and nodded. "I'll contact the people of Braavos tomorrow." After that, the two of them talked for more than 2 hours, mostly about their understanding of the teachings of the 7 Stars Bible. Although the Big Sparrow was not satisfied with Bishop Keisha's tampering with some of the scriptures, he had to admit that her changing the customs and improving the core competitiveness of the 7 gods' teachings was very reasonable. The Red God Church was so scary. The whole world was almost dyed red, and a king of the Westeros was even tempted to burn the statues of the 7 gods. It was too shocking. When Dany left, the Big Sparrow was even reluctant to see her go. Looking at the 7 kingdoms, only Bishop Keisha could truly understand him, and she even came up with the more advanced, Puritan theory. Also, her determination and courage to fight back against the Red Gods was too rare. 2 saints, only me and her. The Big Sparrow personally sent her to the door and gave her 2 handwritten letters of the 7 gods' teachings, one from Saint Bailey and the other from the Big Sparrow himself. "Alas, we are also in a difficult situation here, otherwise I would have sent hundreds of sword saints, sons of war, to follow you to fight against the pagans." The old man looked sincere, and what he said was also true. Dany repeatedly expressed her gratitude. When the two of them were reluctant to part, a conversation came from the stone steps below. "Hey, you are a knight who believes in the 7 gods, why don't you join us? You also saw how arrogant Rando Tarly was." A son of war wearing a colorful cape was persuading Barristan to join them. "But I have a master to serve." The White Knight refused. Another church knight held up his sword and said enthusiastically, "In this special time, all the knights who are anointed with holy oil should abandon their earthly masters and unite around the holy church. Fight with us, old knight, if you still love the 7 gods." Seeing this, the Big Sparrow hurried forward to dissuade him. "Dustin, Knight Aston has his mission, he can't stay here. I can't wait to give you all to Bishop Keisha. They are just a small church with dozens of knights, but they have to face thousands of sacred fire hands, armed forces of the Red God Church. It is too difficult." Chapter 267. At this time, King's Landing was desolate, dirty, cold, gray, and crowded with refugees. There was no special scenery or food. When Dany left the great cathedral, it was almost evening. She even refused Barristan's suggestion to eat some hometown food, who knew where the meat came from. The two only bought 3 large loaves of lemon-flavored white bread and a few fur coats on the side of the road and left. They did not go back the way they came. The area in the northwest city was too chaotic. Barristan was worried that a mob would rob them. This was not a groundless worry. The news that Dany gave Stryker a bag of gold royals must have spread. Many people were looking for her on the street. Even though Dany had taken the Gate of All Gods in the northeast direction, and even though they did not delay at all, they were still 3 kilometers away from the city gate. Seeing that the sky had completely darkened and the surroundings were desolate, 5 chain-armored riders on thin horses still surrounded them. There was no need for Dahe and Whitey in the sky to make a move. Baristan fought against 3, and Danny fought against 2. The 5 bandits only had time to shoot a wave of crossbow arrows, but the arrows clanged on their bodies, but it was useless. Then, like chopping vegetables, he cut off the neck and split the head in 2. The gangster who attacked Danny died on the spot. The White Knight wiped the bloodstains on the blade with the dead man's woolen sweater and said with a complicated look, "They are the makers and sources of the pork in the brown soup. If there are no wild wolves nearby, the bodies will be sent to the flea nest tomorrow." Danny frowned and pondered. According to her previous idea, she naturally did not care about the life and death of the Westeros. She even had the excuse of not interfering in the War of the Seven Kingdoms and the deviants going south. She was besieged by the Allies. This was also the reason why she deliberately did not go north to integrate the Dothraki. With the 4 dragons and the 4 or 5,000 roaring warriors accumulated from the liberation of the slaves, Danny was sure that she could unify the Dothraki within half a year. And the best defense was offense. Leaving the Mother of Dragons guards to guard Slavers Bay, she would lead 100,000 roaring warriors on an expedition to the west. What Kohler, what Volantis, what Mir, Novos, and even Bravos, whose navy was developed and whose army relied on mercenaries, were all trash. But what about after conquering all the city-states in the western continent in 2 years? She had to deal with the counterattacks and disturbances from the old rulers, feed the Ursosian people who were not used to the harsh winter, and take on the main responsibility of fighting off the otherworldly ghosts. When she was exhausted from all the work, a dagger came stabbing at her from the back. In order to deal with the old nobles of Gith, she even got a scholar. What should she do? Even if a real scholar were to descend, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Should he just kill them all? If the great god of harmony wasn't so awesome, a certain 8-banner elites would have been able to pull off No Hair Left Behind, the 3 butchers of Keles, and the 10 days of Volantis, to end all troubles once and for all. The old nobles were a big problem, but what was even more frightening was the habit of Ursos. The southern cities, such as Volantis, Lys, Tarosai, and Mir, rarely stored grain for winter. From the map of the world of ice and fire, the northernmost Bravos of the Ursos continent was about the same latitude as the Aran Valley in the Westeros. What did that mean? Ursos had a subtropical, tropical, and equatorial climate. Most of the cities were located in the tropical and equatorial regions, so many people rarely saw snow, and there was no snow in winter either. Just like how Galen Tyrell was puzzled by Garth's release of peasant soldiers to collect grain, River Bend was also located on the edge of the tropical and equatorial regions. The climate was hot and the winters were short. Even the sunshine in winter was enough to grow wheat. Under normal circumstances, River Bend did not store grain. If grain did not flow out, only a few poor people would starve to death in winter. On the other hand, in the north, even if grain was stored in the late summer, large numbers of people would starve to death in winter, and then go south to beg for grain. Danny knew that the long night was coming, and also knew that the free cities did not have much grain in storage. Most of the people would starve to death in the long night, so she was a fool to take over the western continent before the long night. Do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. The meaning of this sentence could be understood as follows: do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. She had taken over her own cities, and as a king, she had to be responsible for her people. When there was not enough food and the people starved, only the king would be the one to curse, and some would even think that the Dragon Queen had caused the long night to come. On the other hand, if Danny had stayed in Slavers Bay and waited for the Alliance to attack, and then the long night came, the people would curse the Alliance leader for going against the righteous Mother of Dragons, causing the long night to come to punish the people. At that time, at the end of the long night, after defeating the Night King, Danny would casually send any amount of grain from Slavers Bay to help the people who survived. Then, she would be the child of prophecy, the merciful Bodhisattva. The people of the world would remember her kindness. freeing the slaves would become a matter of obedience, and Danny's dynasty would be recognized by the world as the rightful ruler of the dynasty. Danny was not a fool, so of course, she would choose a plan that was beneficial to her. However, after seeing dozens of children pitifully drooling around the brown soup pot at King's Landing, she suddenly felt touched. The long night had not come, and such a tragic thing had already happened at King's Landing. When the long night came, how many King's Landing would there be in the world, and how many children would be so hungry that they could not even drink the brown soup? When the millions of people who starved to death and froze to death were no longer a string of cold numbers, but the men, women, old people, young people, and children in front of you, then imperial ambitions and whatnot would not be that important. There was not much that Danny could do, but she intended to try her best. Professor Peristan was thrown onto a small reef in Blackwater Bay by Danny, about 40 to 50 square meters in size. When the two dragons found the scorched island, the tide of the night had already flooded half of the island. The old professor was shivering in the crevice of the rock, his lips were frozen black. Yep, he was still wearing the gray cotton robe from the old town. Hee, now you can really feel that winter is coming, right? Danny threw a sheepskin coat over and lamented, the city of learning should not have been placed at the southernmost part of the Westeros. The environment in the old town is too good, so good that you scholars don't have any sense of crisis and urgency, and only think about nonsense all day long. Most people in the country can't even fill their stomachs, but you are thinking about the illusory problem of the real world. I've decided, she stood up and announced to the old man who hurriedly put on the sheepskin coat, when King's Landing, the city of learning must move to the north. The old professor was wolfing down the white bread, but when he heard that, he could not help but have half a piece of bread crumb in his mouth. He asked blankly, move to where? The Great Wall, or Bear Island? Mormont would definitely be happy to see the city of learning move to Bear Island. A large number of scholars could drive the rapid economic development of Bear Island, and the Count of Bear Island would no longer have to worry about not being able to support his prodigal wife. They did not stay on Scorched Island for long. The place was too small, and the wind was too strong. It was not suitable to spend the night there. After flying for another half an hour to the north, they landed in a ginkgo tree forest. When the White Knight was setting up a tent for Danny, Blackie and Whitey went to the nearby castle and brought 2 cows over. Danny was the only one who had a small tent of 3 square meters. The old knight and Peristan wrapped themselves in thick cloaks and fur cloaks by the bonfire and spent the night there. The old professor, who was warming himself by the bonfire, said with a complicated expression, "It's really convenient to have dragons. We can travel thousands of miles in a day and come and go freely." "So you mortals are jealous?" Danny sat cross-legged in the tent. The tent flap faced the bonfire, and it was warm and cozy. Perhaps, the old man did not deny it, but the Megalosaurus only increased the Targaryen's arrogance and cruelty. It has no benefit to ruling the kingdom. You can say that after you go to the Great Wall. Danny pulled the tent flap and said to the White Knight who was cutting meat, "Let me see where Gino is." "Who is Gino? What does she mean?" the old professor asked curiously. "A trainee White Knight who is on his way to Bravos. His Majesty wants to contact him through the glass candle." Glass candle for long-distance communication. The red-nosed old man widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "She knows witchcraft." The White Knight was stunned. This old man did not notice the matter of the spiritual projection last night. Now he was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, "His Majesty has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft." As he said that, the tent suddenly projected wisps of gray light, and then quickly dimmed. About 5 minutes later, when the tent flap was pulled open, Danny saw 2 pairs of inquisitive eyes. "Where is he? Did you really light the glass candle?" The 2 of them spoke at the same time and asked 2 different questions. Danny only glanced at the old professor and said to the White Knight, "He is still floating on the narrow sea. If there are no accidents, he will reach Bravos in about half a month." Other than the dark star, Danny also glanced at the 2 faceless The one-eyed female faceless was also on the ship. Jia Kun. It was very awkward. Jia Kun was cleaning the magic pot and would kiss and caress it from time to time. He would call out, "Mother, your son is filial." Cold, mysterious, and handsome, the most pretentious faceless in Game of Thrones, had his face covered in blood and became an idiot. It was too tragic. What about the old town? The White Knight asked again. Old town. The extraordinary gathering, the old knight reminded her. Today is the third day. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Dany smiled awkwardly and closed the tent flap again. The glass candle was lit again. She originally thought that it would be more difficult to find Marvin's candle when the distance increased to 2,000 kilometers. However, she did not expect to see a familiar signal in the void in less than 3 seconds. It seemed that the other party had been looking for her and had been waiting for her. Her mind power spread out, and her wizard power was quickly consumed. It was more than 10 times more difficult than before. Master Shikue, I finally contacted you. Marvin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said tiredly. This is not the City of Knowledge. Dany looked around. This was an empty, spacious circular hall of more than 400 square meters. The floor was made of mahogany, and there was a row of bookshelves against the wall. The books were neatly arranged, clean and tidy. In addition to Marvin and Larissa, there was an old man with a long silver beard and a middle-aged woman in a white robe. Master Shikue, I'm from the old town of Ladon Hyder. After the old man introduced himself, he pointed at the woman who was curiously staring at the silver shadow. This is my eldest daughter, Maroya. Ha, Count Ladon, do you know who I am? Dany smiled strangely. The old man sighed and knelt on the ground, howling, Your Majesty Dany Liz, the assassination attempt had nothing to do with me or the Hyder family. Chapter 268. You're smart. Dany sneered. The old man knelt on the mahogany floor and said honestly, Professor Marwyn told me that Wizard Shikue is a young lady who has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft. The fireball that fell from the sky last night was very similar to the spell that Great Wizard Valeglia used to control the form of the dragon flame. There are not many extraordinaries in the old town. Also, we waited at the dock for a long time this evening, but Wizard Shikue didn't come. This series of coincidences can only mean one thing, Your Majesty, you are Shikue. Don't call me Your Majesty. No noble would violate the rights of a guest and assassinate their own king. This. The old man looked around and said to his daughter, Maroya, bring the 2 guests downstairs for a cup of tea. I want to talk to His Majesty alone for a while. As he spoke, he glanced at Marwyn and Larissa. Marwyn frowned and glanced at Dany. Seeing that she nodded slightly, he left with his assistant scholar and, crazy woman, Maroya. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. As soon as Marwyn and the other 2 disappeared into the stairwell, the old man wailed. Don't take me for a fool. This is the old town. Without the permission of the Hyder family, how could the City of Knowledge find more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows and nearly 500 elite soldiers? Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge is in the old town, and I'm the guardian of the City of Knowledge. However, the City of Knowledge has developed to this day, just like the Church of the 7 Gods. It's no longer under the control of the Hyder family. Okay, if that's all you want to say, then there's no need for us to talk anymore, Dany said impatiently. There was no doubt that the City of Knowledge was the mastermind. The Hyder family definitely didn't want to build the real world. Otherwise, the old man and, crazy woman, Maroya wouldn't be so obsessed with magic. However, the Hyder family must have been involved in the assassination, and their involvement must have been very deep. If Dany had burped at that time, the old man would most likely have held a celebratory feast and invited all the professors and generals of the City of Knowledge. He would not have shed a single tear for Her Majesty Dany. However, the failure to assassinate the dragon would definitely incur the dragon's wrath. The old man in the old town was afraid of Danny's revenge. Danny promised that there would definitely be such a thing. That was why he kept saying, "Your Majesty," begging and quibbling. "Your Majesty, the Hyder family is willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you give the order, I will immediately lead my men to massacre the City of Knowledge." The old man gritted his teeth and said with a sinister expression. Danny said indifferently, "Count, I have to say that you have miscalculated and underestimated me. I won't kill any of the scholars and professors who tried to kill me. I won't destroy the City of Knowledge either. They will be punished, but I won't destroy the world's largest and most formal academic organization." The old man also heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Your Majesty is benevolent, Your Majesty is magnanimous." It had nothing to do with benevolence. Those scholars with firm beliefs were all stubborn. For the sake of their ideals, they were not afraid of death at all. If Danny had gone all out last night and burned the City of Knowledge to the ground, the scholars would only think that they had sacrificed their lives for a righteous cause. Not only would they not feel pain or regret, but they would also be able to say righteously, "Look, this is the reason why we pursue the real world." Other than distorting one's nature, extraordinary powers do not benefit the country or the people at all. True revenge was to destroy the most cherished thing of the enemy. To the scholars, it was the real world concept that they had persevered for hundreds of years. They had worked hard, fought hard, and were proud of it. It was too easy to destroy this concept. In the face of deviant ghosts, who would dare to say that the Megalosaurus was a scourge and that magic was harmful to humans? Danny was looking forward to the arrival of deviant ghosts in the old town. The scholars' worldview, outlook on life, ideals, and beliefs would all collapse. Therefore, if she wanted them to live, they had to live until the long night fell. However, she could not say these words to anyone else, especially not the old man in the old town. The City of Knowledge is beneficial to human civilization. That's why I cherish it. But your Hyder, old town might need to change owners. Danny laughed coldly. This was the truth. To the great nobles with thousands of years of history, the real punishment was to deprive them of their land and destroy their family. She was not someone without a temper. "Your Majesty, the assassination this time is really..." The white-bearded old man was anxious. He slammed the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, I'll be frank. The City of Knowledge discovered your identity 2 days ago. They then asked my son Baylor to send troops to kill you. At that time, Baylor rejected them without hesitation. However, before reporting to the Towering Tower, the scholars had already sent out messenger crows to inform the High Court's Madame Alina of this matter. Yesterday morning, Professor Theobald came to me with a letter from Madame Alina. He hoped that the old town guards would cooperate with the City of Knowledge to assassinate you." As if he was worried that Danny would not believe him, the old man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. There was a rose seal of the High Court on it. There was only one line of words: "The High Court will not participate in this matter and will not restrict the actions of the City of Knowledge." It was a very simple sentence. Did you see it clearly? The old man raised the letter high, as if afraid that she could not see it. The meaning of Madame Alina's words could not be more obvious, the old man said helplessly. "Why does the Empress of Thorns want to assassinate me? I'm afraid that Queen Marjorie is not worth enough, right?" Danny asked doubtfully. "Of course not. The value of 10 queens is not comparable to the risk of offending the Dragon Queen, but the Iron Throne is worth it." "Duke Tyrell wants the Iron Throne?" "No, it's Madame Alina. She's an old lady who is about to have a great-grandson. How can she be so ambitious?" Danny asked doubtfully. She definitely did not have such thoughts before, but after the War of the Four Kings, the High Court became the strongest power in the 7 kingdoms. Since Robert Byra and Theon can sit on the Iron Throne, and the bastards of the Lannister family can sit on the Iron Throne, why can't Tyrell? You're just guessing. Danny still did not believe him. "Your Majesty, in the game of power, everyone wants to be the winner, and they must be the winner. Madame Alina is not an ambitious person. Back then, the reason why she agreed to Duke Tywin's request to form an alliance was because she wanted to stand on the side of the victor in the War of the Four Kings. Of course, it would be better if her family could rise to a higher level. But the game of power never stops. After eliminating the rebellion, Lannister treated the High Court as his new opponent. Madame Alina just does not want to lose. Be more specific. Other than Cersei being crazy and doing some foolish things, I don't think Lannister has ever targeted the High Court, right? Dany said with a frown. Sigh, Duke Tywin has already made his move on the High Court. First, he broke the marriage alliance between Villa, the heir of the High Court, and Garland's elder brother, and Sansa Stark. Then, he gave Brightwater City to Garland. Your Majesty, do you know what's special about the Florin family in Brightwater City? Trying to sow discord between Hightower and Tully? It's not just me and the Tully family. Dany saw that the old man was holding his waist as he spoke, looking pitiful, so she said, "Get up and talk." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man happily got up and explained even more diligently. The bloodline of River Bend's nobles can be traced back to the legendary hero of the ancient era, Green Hand Garth, including Florin of Brightwater City. Dany was deep in thought. Just like how Stark had an awesome ancestor, city builder, Brandon. In the era of the heroes, River Bend also had a legendary character, Green Hand Garth, also known as Green Garth. It was said that his hair and skin were green. Garth was especially good at breeding. Other than cultivating high-quality food for the farmland, he could also help women sow seeds. It was said that as long as he touched, an infertile woman could become pregnant, and an old woman who had lost her period could give birth again. Mothers were pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessings, and little girls became young girls with periods under his smile. Wherever Garth went, the local nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. In the coming year, their crops would have a good harvest, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. The young girls who were raped by Garth would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. No wonder he was called Green Garth. By the way, it was because of Garth's story that Dany came up with the idea of hybrid rice. Obviously, Green Garth was 99% likely a wizard. She even suspected that the green-haired and green-skinned Garth was a hybrid of the Children of the Forest and the Ancient Era. Was he a druid? In short, Garth was a hero who was especially good at farming. He had many children. The eldest son, Garth Gardner, founded the River Bend royal family similar to Stark in the northern region. The second son and daughter were the ancestors of many River Bend nobles. Tyrell's ancestor was an Undul adventurer. During the Undul invasion, he was loyal to the Gardner's family and later became the hereditary High Court chief. In the thousands of years that followed, Tyrell also had Garth's bloodline through marriage with the High Court nobles. But compared to the River Bend nobles that had been passed down from the ancient era, their status and heritage were always a little lacking. 300 years ago, Aegon killed all the male members of the Gardner's family in the Blazing Fury. As the High Court chief, Tyrell directly opened the Master's city gate and surrendered to the conqueror. Aegon returned the favor and let the steward inherit the Master's position, becoming the king of River Bend. This matter in itself made the other River Bend nobles secretly hate, but Aegon had a dragon. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to hold it in. Fortunately, the Tyrell family was smart enough. While clinging to the thick dragon leg of Targaryen, they married into the major, Green Hand, bloodline families. 300 years had passed, and they finally stabilized the rule of River Bend. But they had already occupied the Gardner's family's high court and the title of King of River Bend. Now, they had taken away Florence's title and fief. What would the other Green Hand families think? It had to be said that Tywin had made a smart move. The Florence family's Brightwater City was one of the richest territories in River Bend. The bait was too tempting. Tyrell knew that it was a poisonous apple, but he still couldn't help but swallow it. Perhaps Tyrell thought that he could slowly digest this fat piece of meat with time and military force, just like 300 years ago. The old man of the old town continued, "Your Majesty, Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwin are known as the twin heroes of River Bend. They are the two core pillars that maintain the High Court's right to speak in King's Landing. As for Duke Mays, sigh, that inflatable fish, my son-in-law, is an idiot with high standards but low abilities." Lady Alina came from the Redwin family. She was Count Pixter's aunt, and also his mother-in-law. In other words, Redwin and Tyrell had a close relationship and couldn't be separated. But Tarley was Florence's in-law, but he didn't have any relationship with Tyrell other than that of a ruler and vassal. Duke Tywin caught this flaw. Other than the matter of Brightwater City, he also purposely divided the River Bend army into two. Duke Mays led the High Court south to Weinstop Castle and didn't achieve anything. Count Tarley led his own troops north to the Three River Basin to clean up the bandits and stabilize the law and order. Yet, Mays was a little jealous and narrow-minded. In the end, the long-bearded old man sighed with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Tywin died early. Otherwise, who knows how he would torment River Bend. Thinking about how Randall led troops to rescue Little Rose this afternoon, Dany frowned and asked, "Will Count Tarley be instigated?" "No, he is a true soldier. Honest, wise, loyal, and brave." The old man shook his head and said with certainty, if Tywin was still alive and continued to use his methods to split the relationship between the ruler and vassal in River Bend, perhaps Count Tarley would be pulled over by the Iron Throne. But now, Lannister has 2 lions, a dog, a pig, and a tiger. Tywin Lannister is a vicious old lion, and Tyrion is an inexperienced young lion. Tywin's younger brother, Sir Kevin, is Lannister's most loyal old dog. Cersei is a pig, and Jaime is fierce but not resourceful. So, Your Majesty, do you see it clearly? The old lion and young lion are killing each other, the stupid pig can only cause trouble, the tiger has broken its claws, and Lannister is only left with a stable old dog. To Lady Alina, this is an excellent opportunity. If she doesn't take it, she will be punished. Chapter 269. Dany looked at the old man with a long beard who was shorter than her in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a clear understanding of the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. You think highly of Tyrion, but it's a far cry from the real world. Sigh, if Tyrion was given the body and appearance of a kingslayer, he would be the most terrifying person in the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei and Jaime inherited Duke Tywin's appearance, while Tyrion inherited Duke Tywin's soul and developed his wisdom. Your Majesty, think about it. If he was useless, why would someone try to eliminate him? Was Joffrey killed by Tyrion? I don't know how much hiding was involved, but I swear to the 7 gods that Tyrion is innocent. Dany smiled faintly. Anyone with a brain knows that the imp is not the murderer, but I want to know more about the mastermind behind the purple wedding. Well. The old man stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, Lady Alina and Queen Marjorie must be involved. The poison was put in the wedding wine cup that Marjorie and Joffrey shared, but Joffrey was the one who died. But Sansa Stark is also a suspect. Joffrey has a deep grudge against her, and she disappeared from King's Landing immediately. That's the key. Sansa is a delicate little girl. There's no way she could have escaped from the Red Keep alone. There's someone behind her, and that person is also the mastermind behind the purple wedding. Dany asked, what do you think about the person behind Sansa? I can't guess. I can only think of Varys, but the possibility is very small. The old man shook his head. Littlefinger was indeed the #1 troublemaker and schemer in Game of Thrones. He had done so many bad things, but no one had ever suspected him. Even the old man from Oldtown, who was watching the situation from afar, did not pay much attention to him. Earl Layton, even if you sold hiding, you can't wash away your crime of murdering me, Dany said calmly. The Heidel family is willing to atone for our sins. My heir and I pledge our loyalty to you. When you decide to take back the Iron Throne, all the military and financial resources of the old town of Hyder will be at your service. And my second son, Garth, he admires you very much. After knowing that the City of Knowledge was going to assassinate you, he was prepared to sneak out to inform you. Garth was not married, nor was he married. He was locked up on the 4th floor of the towering tower by me. If you are willing, I can send him to Slaver's Bay in the name of exile and become your most loyal Kingsguard, just like my uncle, White Bull, Jello Hyder. Damn, this old man knelt down so decisively. He even sold his son. However, becoming a Kingsguard was a glorious future for the second son. Dany frowned and began to think. According to her original plan, the City of Knowledge would be demolished and moved to the extreme north where the books would belong to the Queen. The professors and scholars who had participated in her murder would wear black clothes and guard the Great Wall. Even if the Heidel family was not annihilated, they would have to kill the male descendants and strip them of their titles and lands. But she did not expect the old man to be so smart. Not only was he able to contact her through the clues, he also sold his titles and in-laws without hesitation. Dany naturally understood that if the situation was disadvantageous to her in the future, the old man would not mind selling her out again. But this was the nobility. This was the rule of the game of power. It was because pure loyalty was hard to come by that it was especially precious. She let out a long sigh and nodded. I accept your loyalty. When someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up. Otherwise, no one will be willing to submit. This was what Duke Tywin had told Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Dany remembered it clearly, so she couldn't learn from Emperor Joffrey, the second Mad King. Hyder will definitely go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation, said the old man with an excited expression. Let me ask you, how many gold royals can the Heidel family control? Tell me the truth. Your Majesty needs money. The old man hesitated. Loyalty was easy, but gold was hard to come by. I need your loyalty, said Dany calmly. The old man looked pained. He gritted his teeth and spat out a number. 3 million. The Heidel family can take out 3 million gold royals in cash. 3 million gold royals is a little low. Dany thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, 3 million gold royals it is. I want you to immediately contact the merchants of the free cities and buy food from the other side of the narrow sea. 3 million gold royals of food? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm afraid that's half of the Western continent's food reserves. How many troops do you have? You need so much food. No, before this winter is over, I will not start a war in the Westeros. The old man suddenly had a flash of realization. Your Majesty wants the allied army to run out of food? Then he shook his head and tried to dissuade her. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Not to mention that the allied army will not be so stupid as to sell their food. The climate of Ursos is warm, and the plains of the Lone River are vast and fertile. Even if the Westeros enter winter, they can still grow winter wheat. Do you know anything about the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall? Dany asked. The old man said casually, I've heard of them, but the professors think that the Night Watchers are exaggerating in order to get help from the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. It must be winter, and the barbarians will invade the north, just like they did thousands of years ago. I'm at King's Landing now. I'll go back to the Great Wall to take a look. We'll know if there are any other ghosts soon. Ah, you're at King's Landing? The old man was shocked. Are you going to contact the old officials of King Aerys? Your Majesty, I'm not trying to provoke you, but you must be careful. There are not many people in King's Landing who are trustworthy. He was really anxious. He was not worried that the Queen would be deceived. Hathar had just secretly pledged his loyalty to the Dragon Queen. If she told the other nobles about the old town's allegiance in order to boost morale and win people over, would the Iron Throne and the High Court let the old town go when the news spread? He didn't want the Hyder family to be destroyed before the Dragon Queen even attacked. Danny frowned and said unhappily, "Old man, are you suffering from dementia? Didn't you hear the main point in my words? The other ghosts. I'm going beyond the Great Wall to find the other ghosts." "Hee, Your Majesty, you won't be able to find them." The old man smiled carelessly. "Your Majesty, you can win over the nobles, but don't tell them about Haythar's loyalty to you. This old man still wants to stay useful and be at your beck and call in the future." Danny rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "The Alliance can't wait to call on the whole world to be my enemy. Isn't this a reflection of how strong I am? If I really want to fight for the Iron Throne, why would I need to come to the Westeros to find some rotten fish?" The old man's face twisted. He wanted to shout, "I'm not a rotten fish." However, he was still relieved and even happy. It seemed that the Haythar family was the first nobles in the Westeros to pledge their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, why are you going to the King's Landing?" he asked. "To observe the situation at the King's Landing and meet the Big Sparrow." "The Big Sparrow?" The old man was shocked. "That's a dangerous and lawless person. I hit it off with him at first sight and had a good chat with him. He even accepted my suggestion and wantonly bought food from the other side of the narrow sea." "Hit it off with him at first sight?" The old man's mouth twitched. He asked doubtfully, "What are you going to do?" "Let me ask you, if the other ghosts are real, what does this mean?" "Long night?" The old man trembled as he said this word. Then, his eyes bulged as he looked at Danny in disbelief. "If the long night comes, there will be at least a generation of winter. If you buy all the food from the free cities, then the Alliance army." So ruthless, so vicious. The old man felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that this woman was even more terrifying than Tywin or even a devil. Seeing his terrified expression, Danny immediately guessed what he was thinking. She laughed bitterly and shook her head. "You guessed wrong. I don't want the free cities to lack food. On the contrary, I hope that by raising the price of food, the free city-states will start planting food crops in the next year or two. If the long night comes, we can save a few more people." The old man was at a loss. "What do you mean? You'll give the food you bought to them? Do you know about futures?" The old man shook his head lightly. Danny asked again, "Then do you know how much gold I have?" "Ah." The old man was stunned for a moment before he tried to say a number. 100 million gold radiance coins. Even more. Just the gold and silver alone, I have 150 million gold radiance coins, which is about 50 million gold royals. 7 gods above. The old man leaned on the table beside him and almost fainted. "What do you want?" he asked blankly with trembling lips. "You and the sparrow will buy food crazily, which will greatly increase the price of food. 5 times, even 10 times. Right now, another of my iron guards is on a ship to Bravos. He will look for the iron treasury. First, take out all the gold and silver from Slave Bay and store it in the iron treasury. This way, the iron treasury can be used as a guarantor to buy food from the free cities. During this time, I will take Dragonstone Island and announce to the world that after the Alliance army is defeated, I will immediately lead 300,000 people across the Dothraki Sea, through the plains of the Lone River, and finally to Pentos. From Pentos, I will take a ship across the narrow sea and use Dragonstone Island as a stronghold to conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to House Targaryen. No one will doubt it. Naturally, no one will doubt my motives for buying food. Think about it, how much will the price of food rise at that time? The Sparrow and Hyder scanned through the goods. If the Dragon Queen came to buy food without limit, then, it will probably be the most terrifying price in history. 100 times, 200 times. Because you are their enemy, the price will probably be even higher. The old man muttered. Yes. Danny smiled and continued, because I abolished the slave trade in Slaver's Bay and because the Alliance Army is going to war, the trade between the East and the West is especially difficult. Sea trade cannot continue, and with the price of food so high, farming is obviously a better way to make money. My gold is stored in the iron treasury. With the iron treasury as a guarantor, the merchants are not afraid that I will go back on my word. At that time, I will sign a contract with all the grain merchants. I will buy their food for the next 3 years according to the current price, the price after the sparrow and hider inflated it. I will take as much as they have. They do not have to give it to me immediately. They will store it in the granary first. I will also swear that even if I defeat the Alliance Army, I will not go back on the contract and send troops to the granary to steal food. With these guarantees, the manor owners and merchants will flatten the cash crops in the land and open up the wasteland on a large scale. All the farmers will be squeezed to the limit. If the other ghosts are real, the long night will really come. Then 3 years later, it will be the long night. The food stored in the granary will be enough to save hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. Chapter 270. The old man was dumbfounded. He had never felt so shocked, excited, and frightened in his entire life. This kind of spending. He muttered. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Danny. Your Majesty, what can you gain by doing this? I can save many people, Danny said calmly. But that's 50 million gold royals. Hee, you might not believe me. I've always complained about having too much gold at home. I even had the thought of throwing it all into the sea. Now that I can save millions of people, I think it's worth it. Danny smiled happily. But what do those people have to do with you? The old man still couldn't understand. The gold was his, and the lives of the people of other countries were theirs. What could the Dragon Queen gain? They have nothing to do with me, but they are people, living people. There are old and young, babies and mothers, young girls and teenagers. Living people are dying miserably before your eyes. Don't you feel pity for them? The old man from the old town pouted and said with an aggrieved expression, There's nothing in front of me. Who should I pity? Seeing that the old man still dared to talk back, Danny said angrily, Can't you imagine? Go to the poorest families in the old town and imagine millions of them starving and freezing to death in front of you. To be honest, even if those poor people lined up to die miserably in front of me, my old heart wouldn't be moved at all. The old man muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to talk back. Your Majesty, don't worry. I completely understand your plan, but what? 3 million gold royals for food is too big of a move. How can I explain it to others? The old man asked. Explain what? You send people to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food. The ships will transport the food directly to Dragonstone Island. The situation in the 7 countries is chaotic now, and the power struggle in King's Landing is intense. Who cares about your fleet? This. The old man thought for a while and nodded. Your Majesty, you have to take Dragonstone Island as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, I will send a fleet to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food. The old man probed, then, my son Garth, all right, let him join my Queen's Iron Guard and help me transport rations. When we arrive at Dragonstone Island, I will accept his oath in person. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man let out a long sigh of relief. I'll call Dr. Marwin. 5 minutes later, Marvin and Larissa came to Danny, while the old man and his daughter stayed downstairs. I didn't expect you to be the Dragon Queen. Marvin's expression was complicated. Because of the scholar's talent and because he can't see a future on the path of magic, he has been trying to build up a real world without magic and gods. Furthermore, dragons can cause magic tides and bring magic to the human world. This is something they can't tolerate, which is also the real reason why they tried to assassinate you. I know. You know. Professor Peristan is still alive. I've captured him. Danny did not mention anything about the bookseller. How does your Majesty plan to deal with the City of Knowledge? Marwan asked anxiously. It is necessary for the City of Learning to exist. The scholars who tried to murder me don't have to die, but they have to wear black robes and go to the Great Wall to guard it. Your Majesty is merciful. Bull-neck Marwan let out a sigh of relief and asked, Your Majesty, do you need a scholar? I'm willing to swear to serve you. Danny thought for a moment and said, How about this? You go to Dragonstone Island with Garth. Count Ladon will explain the details to you. Marwan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the Hyder family had already sided with the Dragon Queen. The two did not talk much. They agreed to communicate using glass candles and promised Larissa that she would take her in as a mage apprentice and part-time maid. Danny ended the long-distance communication. When she opened the curtain of the tent and came out, the beef and barley soup in the iron pot was already cooked. The red-nosed old scholar was holding a wooden bowl and eating happily. How was it? White Knight asked as she served her soup. Danny glanced at the old scholar who was eavesdropping and smiled. It was an unexpected harvest. Suddenly, Blackie, who was lying behind the tent chewing on a cow leg, raised its head and growled in the northwest direction. Someone's coming. Danny stood up and walked to Blackie. Woof, woof, woof. A few minutes later, a series of hurried barks came from outside the forest. The barks were filled with unease and fear. There were also a few men loudly scolding the hounds that had stopped moving forward. Not long after, a man walked within 100 meters of the bonfire and shouted to his companions, There's a bonfire. The poachers are over there. How unlucky. There are still people patrolling the forest in the middle of the night. Danny whispered. In Westeros, ordinary hunters were not allowed to enter the forests of the Lord's territory to hunt. If a poacher was caught, they would either have one of their hands chopped off or wear a black robe. Your Majesty, I'll go talk to them. White Knight volunteered. She put on her iron helmet and walked to the border between light and darkness. She shouted, Are you the Rangers of Stockworth Castle? Someone in the darkness replied, We are the guards of Count Stockworth. Who are you? White Knight patted her armor and long sword. See? We're not poachers. It's late, so we had no choice but to camp in the forest. Poachers could not afford a full set of armor. The guards in the dark muttered a few words, and the sound of footsteps came closer. Suddenly, a man shouted, It's the smell of roast beef. Your Excellency, your cow was indeed stolen by them. Kill these cattle thieves. Another deep male voice said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a rain of arrows was shot at White Knight. The Count's guards in the darkness also shouted and rushed to the bonfire with their swords drawn. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew from the old knight's body. He retreated in Danny's direction and shouted, Let's talk nicely. We have gold royals. Don't lose your lives for 2 cows. Arrogant. 20 or 30 swordsmen in mail and leather armor rushed over under the lead of a man in silver plate armor. Sigh. The old knight sighed and stepped aside. Hiss boom. Big Black and Little White poked their heads out and suddenly spat out 2 blood-red dragon flames. The dark night was torn apart, and the flames illuminated a radius of several hundred meters. The old knight clearly saw that the group of soldiers were suddenly stunned. The ruthlessness on their faces disappeared in an instant, and it was replaced by confusion and endless fear. Dragon. Dragon? Feeling the temperature of the dragon flames above his head, the leading man in plate armor spat out a word from his throat. Ah, dragon, Megalosaurus. The soldier woke up, threw away his sword, and ran wildly out of the forest. Come back. Danny yelled. Her hand streaked across the night sky, and the dragon flames that were spurting towards the sky twisted and elongated as if they had a life of their own. The two dragon flames actually turned into two fire snakes that slithered through the forest, avoiding the branches of the ginkgo trees, and formed a huge ring of fire that surrounded the soldiers. "Dragon King, please spare my life." The man in plate armor fell to his knees and shouted, "Please don't kill me. I am the Count of Stockworth Castle, Bronn. I am willing to pay the ransom. Dragon King, please spare my life." The group of soldiers followed behind the Count, kneeling on the ground and wailing. "Bronn? I have never heard of your name. Where is Countess Tanda Stockworth?" the old knight asked. "The Countess fell off a horse and died. I am Laura's husband," Bronn explained. "He fell off a horse and died?" Professor Peristan limped over, sneering as he exposed Bronn's background. "This Count Bronn is a ruthless character. He made his fortune by running errands for the imps. After the Purple Wedding, he betrayed Tyrion and joined Cersei. Because of this, Empress Dowager Cersei arranged a good marriage for him. He married Madame Tanda's second daughter, Loras. Later, he tampered with Madame Tanda's horse, causing Madame Tanda to fall off and break her pelvis. Then, he used underhanded means to kill the first successor to Count Stockworth, the husband of Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, Sir Balman Bych. In the end, he chased Lady Ferris, Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, out of the house and proclaimed himself as Count Stockworth. Bronn frowned as he sized up the old professor. When he saw the long chain around his neck, his pupils could not help but shrink. "You are a scholar." "Humph, I am a self-taught scholar. Doctor of History, I know your background very well." Bronn's face darkened as he cursed, "That old bastard Candarl betrayed me. He swore loyalty to me. Damn it, I knew the scholar could not be trusted." Scholar Candarl swore loyalty to the master of Stockworth Castle. "Do you think the King's Landing will let you go after what you did?" the old professor sneered. Bronn glanced at Dany in front of Blackie and defended himself. "First of all, I did not betray Lord Tyrion. I only refused to participate in the trial in his place. Looking at the tragic end of the Red Viper, it proves that my decision was not wrong. Secondly, Lady Tanda was careless. She was riding a horse to hunt at an old age. The fall of the horse had nothing to do with me. Scholar Candarl slandered me. Finally, Sir Balman and Ferris received Empress Dowager Cersei's order to get rid of me through a duel. Unfortunately, Balman was not skilled enough and was killed by me. You broke the rules during the spear duel and deliberately stabbed Sir Balman's horse to death with the tip of the spear. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense." Dany waved her hand and interrupted the quarrel between the two. She removed the dragon flame ring and said to Bronn, "My dragon ate your cow. It was wrong first, but you also offended me. I will not kill you today. Take your people and leave." Bronn climbed up but did not leave. He asked carefully, "Lord Dragon King, can you tell me your name?" Mercenaries are mercenaries." "You have no knowledge at all," Professor Peristan mocked. "You don't even know Targaryen. Go back and read more books." "Targaryen?" Bronn was still in a daze. A red-haired soldier behind him whispered, "Boss, this is most likely Princess Rhaenys, Prince Rhaegar's sister." "Jack, you fool. Prince Rhaegar's sister was smashed to death by Tywin," another soldier said. "Dany, am I so unknown in the Westeros?" The White Knight could not stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said, "This is King Aerys's daughter, Queen Dany Rise." Then he could not help but ask, "Have you not heard of the Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "Oh, so." Bronn suddenly understood and smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have not left my fief for a long time. The scholar is also useless. I am a little uninformed. I did not know that you have returned to the Westeros." Chapter 271. Stockworth Castle was located in the north and faced the south. The ground floor was a stone hall of 200 square meters. There was a 10-meter-long wooden table, and 2 candle-filled chandeliers hung from the ceiling. There was a row of 5 fireplaces on the wall to the left of the long table, and 2 of them were lit. On the wall to the right facing the garden, there were 5 huge arched windows with colorful mosaic glass that corresponded to the fireplaces. Dany sat on the main seat at the table. Barristan, Bronn, Loras, and Scholar Candarel were on both sides. Bronn tried his best to invite Her Majesty the Queen to visit his humble abode. He said that if Her Majesty the Queen spent the night in the forest beside his castle, he would be ashamed, unable to eat or sleep in peace. The City of Knowledge already knew that she had come to the Westeros, so Dany did not care whether it was publicized or not. As for whether Bronn would go to the City of Knowledge and violate the guest's rights to murder her, Dany was not worried, because he did not have a chance. She would not stay in his castle for long. The 2 dragons were gnawing on beef bones in the courtyard. When they were full, Dany would leave that night. Your Majesty, this is my son, Tyrion Cobbler. Bronn took a chubby baby from Loras' arms and said to Dany. Ya, ahaha. The chubby baby was wrapped into a ball in a leather jacket. He bit his finger, and his blue eyes rolled around. He was very cute. Dany's mouth twitched. She removed the dagger embedded with rubies from the leather sheath at her waist and put it in the baby's arms. She had bought the dagger from Valeglia's iron dagger from the Volantis blacksmith shop after she had mortgaged it to Lisbon. It cost 15 gold radiance coins, and it was made by Master Blacksmith Calls. He. Loras, who looked like a round bucket, smiled foolishly. Thank you, Your Majesty. What's with the name? Dany asked. Sigh, when Duke Tywin had just died, Lady Tanda suggested naming him Tywin to please Queen Cersei. In the end, Queen Cersei was furious. She believed that the bastard was not worthy of her father's name. Yes, 2 years ago, during the King's Landing riots, my wife Loras was raped by dozens of rioters in the backyard of the cobbler shop. That's why this bastard's surname is Cobbler. Bronn said it casually, as if it was someone else's wife who had been raped. His wife, Loras, had been smiling like a fool. She only looked a little embarrassed and her worst past was mentioned in public. Bronn continued, I had no choice but to name my son Tyrion. I hoped that this would satisfy the Empress Dowager. Who would have thought that she thought that I missed my old master and was even in contact with Tyrion, so she arranged for Balma to kill me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Scholar Candarel. He was there at the time. Scholar Candarel was a fat old man in his 50s. He had short, white hair. He kept looking at Professor Barristan as if he wanted to say something, but the old professor's eyelids were drooping. He did not react at all. When he heard his lord's question, he nodded and sighed. At that time, Count Bronn's knife was placed on Sir Balma's neck. There should be no mistake. When he spoke, he could not help but ask, Your Majesty Dany Loras, why are you here? And Professor Barristan, you should be in Old Town right now. The red-nosed old professor glanced at Scholar Candarel faintly and said nothing. Do you know about the Red Wedding? Dany said with a smile. Waldfrey violated the guest's rights and murdered a northerner. Canbell asked in puzzlement. Dany raised her chin at the old professor whose face had suddenly turned pale. The City of Knowledge invited me as a guest. After discovering my identity, they poisoned me, ambushed me with axemen and crossbowmen. They even prepared more than 100 dragon slayer crossbows. What? Bronn and Canbell cried out in surprise at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Professor, is this true? Scholar Canbell asked with a trembling voice. The old professor did not answer, but from his increasingly miserable expression, everyone knew that Dany was not lying. I shouldn't have invited this scum into my living room. Bronn did not hide his disdain at all. Scholar Canbell asked anxiously, why? Professor, did someone force you to do this? It must be Count Hathor. Ah, you don't have to say anything. I'm willing to wear the black robe, the red-nosed old man said with a miserable expression. Campbell slumped on the high-back wooden chair and said with a defeated expression, the good reputation the City of Knowledge has accumulated for 1,000 years has been destroyed by you. Bronn, you didn't invite me here just to talk nonsense, right? Dany said with a faint smile. Your Majesty, when will your army arrive? I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, Bronn gritted his teeth and said firmly. Dany smiled strangely. I don't have an army. My White Knight told me that the proud Westeros will unite in the face of an invasion, so I don't plan to bring the army from Slaver's Bay. If you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, you will be the first Westeros lord under my command. Ugh. Bronn's face turned green and white, as if he had eaten feces. Ha, don't worry, I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. Those small fries under your command won't even be able to withstand the dragon's flames. Stockworth Castle isn't a place that any military strategist will fight for. It's not worth it for me to force you. Dany smiled calmly. He thought of the terrifying dragon flames, Cersei's inexplicable hatred for him, and how the City of Knowledge knew about his attempt to usurp Stockworth's title. Bronn's hesitant expression became firm again. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the first lord to pledge my loyalty to you. Dany asked, how many people do you trust? 200 armored warriors, each with a horse. They may not be reliable, but I am confident that I can control them. Are they all hired riders? Dany frowned. Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. The knights in my fief are not trustworthy, and the farmers who have just given up their hoes are not as useful as hired riders. I need you to give up Stockworth Castle for now. Are you willing? Bronn gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. This place is only 100 miles away from the King's Landing. Once Queen Cersei leaves the cathedral, she will not let me go. He had spent a lot of effort in recruiting soldiers in the past year, and had gathered 200 riders to deal with Cersei's army. But where should I go? Bronn asked. Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island? Winter is coming. For the next few years, I will not get involved in the disputes of the Westeros. However, Dragonstone Island belongs to the Targaryens, and it means a lot to me. With 200 warriors and my 2 dragons, it will not be difficult to take down Dragonstone Island, which only has 100 guards. Dragonstone Island was also a strategic location. It was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Earl Redwyn's 100 ships and nearly 10,000 men had besieged Dragonstone Island, which only had 100 guards, for several months. He did not dare to attack, and only hoped to use the siege to exhaust the castle's food reserves. In order to end the siege of Dragonstone Island as soon as possible so that Qingting Island's navy could return to the river and deal with Tiamin's invasion, the Knight of Flowers decided to personally lead the attack. Although the castle was taken down in the end, he was doused with a pot of boiling oil. The beautiful man with the potential to be the #1 crossdresser in Game of Thrones was disfigured and turned into a monster uglier and more ferocious than a hound. The Knight of Flowers lost half of his life, and Cersei lost half of her forces. The troops that participated in the siege were all Lannister's elites, and Qingting Island's navy was only responsible for the siege on the sea. Tywin had left 2,000 elite soldiers at the King's Landing, but more than half of them were killed by the Knight of Flowers. The death toll was more than 1,000, and half of the survivors were crippled. That was why the Iron Throne could not do anything about Cersei. Tywin had originally brought 20,000 men to the King's Landing, but after the war ended, most of them returned home, the peasant soldiers that belonged to the vassals, and some were brought by Jaime to Hejien to quell the rebellion. Riverrun was still resisting. It was because she understood the process and the cruel outcome of the siege of Dragonstone Island that Dany was confident that she could defend the Targaryen lands. Well, she never doubted that she could take down Dragonstone Island. Bronn's men were mainly there to help her defend the island. Bronn thought for a while and nodded. When do I start? Immediately prepare men and hire ships. I'll go to the wall, and when I come back, we'll attack Dragonstone Island. Although she had accepted Braun's loyalty, Dany did not change her mind about leaving overnight. Standing in the wide stone corridor outside the hall, she looked down at the two dragons spreading their wings in the courtyard. She said to the mercenary beside her without hesitation, "Braun, the Westeros at this time have lost their morals and ethics. I won't trust anyone easily. Please prove your loyalty with your actions." "I understand." Braun nodded gloomily. "Now that there are only the two of us here, I can be more straightforward." Dany smiled faintly. "The Westeros at this time are rotten to the core. I don't want to play the game of power with those people in this stinking cesspool. I'll completely destroy this old world and build a new one full of sunshine and hope. When I, the King's King, land in the Seven Kingdoms, the first thing I'll do is to convene the Great Council to judge all the injustice of the past 20 years. The old world can be defeated, but the past must not be forgotten. Not only that, I'll write a book for the future so that the future generations will always remember how terrible their ancestors were, and use it as a warning." At this point, she tilted her head and looked at Braun, whose eyes were flickering. She said meaningfully, "No one can escape the trial, including my father, Mad King Aerys. If the City of Knowledge hands me your black file, I will not hesitate to abolish your title when the evidence is conclusive. Whether you live or die depends on whether you are willing to wear black clothes." "Your Majesty, Dany raised her hand and interrupted his eager explanation. She smiled and said, "Braun, there are some things that should be covered up. If you can't cover it up and people find out, you should immediately think of a way to make up for it. Obviously, you can't cover it up no matter what. But you are very lucky. Just for 2 cows, you personally led a hunting dog into the forest in the middle of the night to search. I won't help you cover up your crime, but I will never wrong any meritorious subject. As a reward for your loyalty to me, at the very least, you will keep the fief and castle of Stockworth Castle, and completely abolish the surname Stockworth. With your original name, you will be worthy of the title of Earl Braun. Of course, your wife, Loras, cannot have any more accidents like falling off a horse. I don't care how many lovers and illegitimate children you have in the future, but the heir can only be from her belly. The highest limit. It will be determined by your merits. There is no upper limit." All the doubts in Braun's heart were eliminated. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Your subordinate will be loyal to the Queen." Chapter 272. Peristan was shot twice in the buttocks, and his thigh was pierced by a crossbow arrow. His injuries had only happened a day ago, but in just one day, he had traveled thousands of miles from the old town to the Crimson Mountain Range, then to the King's Landing. He had even been exposed to the cold wind in Blackwater Bay for an entire afternoon. Then, he did not manage to sleep. He took off again at midnight and flew until dawn. When he was in Stockworth Castle, even Balin, the lowly mercenary, Candarl, the old scholar who only had a dozen or so necklaces, and even Loras, who was a little retarded, mocked and ridiculed him because he violated the guests' rights. They looked down on him openly and secretly, and the old scholar's mental state was also greatly affected. The physical and mental torture even made him want to commit suicide. When the sun just peeked out from the horizon and the sky was still dark, the old professor's body tilted, and he fell from Blackie's back. No one knew if it was intentional or an accident. Fortunately, when Blackie was carrying the others, Dany had been in her dragon spirit state with him. She quickly urged him to use her claws to pick up the flying man. The old professor's life was saved, but Blackie did not know how to control his strength. The wound on the old man's buttocks that Peristan had stitched up split open again, and blood gushed out. It was a miserable sight. In the morning, the cold fog was hazy, and the waves in the middle of the river could not be seen clearly. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard, which meant that the river was not turbulent in the early winter. Under the gray sky, the river water was greenish-black, and it brought chills to the 3 people by the cobblestone river. At that moment, Danny, and the other two landed beside the Trident River. Baristan was using the river water to clean the old man's bloodstains and sew up the wound that had burst open. Danny squatted by the river and picked up a stone to play with it. She complained loudly, "You old man, you even killed the king. Why don't you even have the courage to live now?" The old professor's face turned red, and he retorted in shame, "I didn't kill myself. I was too sleepy, and I couldn't help but doze off. I accidentally fell off the dragon's back." "Ha, Dahe is tied with a belt. If you don't untie the belt, you can't fall off when you sleep or snore." Danny exposed the old man's secret without hesitation. "No, I didn't kill myself, I didn't kill myself." The red-nosed old man was at a loss for words and could only try to convince himself. Half an hour ago, the old man did intend to kill himself. He was angry for half the night, but he didn't know who to be angry at. Unable to think things through, he suddenly had the idea of jumping down and ending everything. But when he really jumped down, he instantly regretted it. He wasn't the only one who violated the guest's rights. Why should he take the blame alone? Most importantly, in the short 10 seconds of falling from the sky, he began to miss the golden wine of Qingting Island, the fried pork chops in the Upiki wine bottle, the days of reading ancient literature while eating lemon cake on the lawn of the library, and even the dragon flame grilled steak. In short, he realized that he hadn't lived long enough. Baristan finished sewing up the old doctor's wound. When he was applying medicine, a loud and muffled wolf howl came from the dark forest beside the river, followed by the dense and light running sound of Iwu. In just a few breaths, hundreds of gray wolves rushed out of the white fog, stepping on the frosted leaves and weeds, and surrounded the riverbank from 3 sides. Dire wolves? The old doctor looked at the wolves that surrounded them, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked at the leading gray wolf with surprise. It was the size of a calf. "Awu." The giant wolf heard the cry and looked at the old man with its cold yellow eyes. It opened its mouth and breathed out clouds of white air with the smell of blood. From its appearance and the color of its fur, other than it being 2 or 3 times bigger than a normal gray wolf, it didn't look much different from its companions. If it wasn't for the old man's reminder, Danny would have thought that it was a big wild wolf. Why would there be a dire wolf in the riverbank? The old man was confused. "Awu." The dire wolf didn't want to give him time to think. It retreated and pounced on Danny. Well, when the pack of wolves surrounded them, Danny took a few steps forward and stood in front of Baristan and the old doctor. The red-nosed old man looked at the dire wolf with a calm expression, curiously observing it. The old knight did not even raise his head, only focusing on applying medicine for the doctor. The two of them didn't seem to be worried that Danny would be torn apart by the wolves. Indeed, when the leader of the wolves pounced on them, Danny's purple eyes were dyed with blood. She opened her mouth and said, "Get lost." The giant wolf that was flying in the air seemed to have hit an invisible wall. It howled and flew away. The other big gray wolves were even worse. The terrifying draconic aura entered their mindscape. Almost half of the giant wolves were bleeding from their 7 orifices and died on the ground without a sound. The rest of them had bloodshot eyes and ran away with their tails between their legs. They didn't even care about their leader. "Huh." Danny deactivated her dragon spirit form and looked curiously at the giant wolves that were struggling to get up. "Arya?" She tried to call out. Baristan and the old doctor could only hear the wolves howling. Danny, in her soul state, saw a girl in linen clothes flying out of the dire wolf. After being hit by the dragon spirit, the girl's face was distorted as she held her head and screamed. In the blink of an eye, Danny realized that the dire wolf was in its wolf spirit state. According to the plot of Game of Thrones, there was only one dire wolf in the Riverland Nymeria who was released by Arya. "Awu." Hearing Danny's call, the direwolf's bloodshot yellow eyes showed a human-like shock. "It's really you." Danny was shocked. "Where are you?" The direwolf's pupils contracted. It struggled to get up and tried to run away. "Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I won't hurt you. Danny quickly comforted it with a gentle voice. However, she was surrounded by wolf corpses that were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Her words were not convincing. The dire wolf became more and more frightened. The human-like look in its eyes gradually faded. Don't leave your wolf spirit form. I have something to tell you. Danny spoke faster as she retreated. A child like you might not know the taboos of a wolf spirit. Let me tell you, there are 2 things you must pay attention to. First, do not eat humans in your wolf spirit form. That will increase your bestial nature and weaken your human nature. Second, your dire wolf has matured and has started to mate. But you must remember, do not be greedy for desires and pleasure that do not belong to humans. When it goes into heat, immediately leave your wolf spirit form. Looking at how the dire wolf skillfully surrounded and killed humans, Danny understood that it was not the first time Arya killed and ate humans in her wolf form. Eating humans was one of the taboos of shapeshifters. Yes, shapeshifters had taboos. After Danny became a dragon spirit, she would look for knowledge about shapeshifters whenever she had the chance. There were actually 4 taboos of shapeshifters. Other than not being able to eat human flesh and not being able to mate with other wolves in their wolf form, it was said that switching between male and female wolves was very addictive. There were 2 more taboos. Third, do not resist your instincts as a wolf spirit. Fourth, do not possess other humans. Rob and John both committed the 3rd taboo. They subconsciously knew that they were different, but they were very afraid and refused to accept this reality. Rob's wolf spirit talent was to predict danger. It was very bug-like. If he could be like his younger brother Bran and Rickon, and train his wolf spirit skills diligently, the bloody wedding would not have happened. As for the 4th one, Danny was very suspicious. Shapeshifters possessing humans? Wasn't that magical transformation cultivation? Awoo, awoo. The dire wolf howled at Danny. The emotion in its eyes gradually became fear. It retreated step by step into the forest and ran away without looking back. Your Majesty, who are you talking to? Barristan was puzzled. Wolf spirit. Barristan muttered a few words and suddenly shouted, Wolf spirit. I understand now. There was a human in the soul of that dire wolf just now, a shapeshifter. 7 gods above, what kind of world is this? Shapeshifters, fire sorcerers, demonic dragons. All kinds of demons and ghosts are appearing. Does the heavens want us Westeros to die? Ursos and the Jade Sea did not prohibit mystical powers, but have you seen any cities perish because of magic? On the other hand, the Westeros are not far from extinction now. Danny sneered and turned to explain to the old knight, I suspect that the dire wolf is being controlled by Arya of the House of Stark. Arya Stark? Didn't she die long ago? Did she transform into a wolf? Barristan was surprised. Shoo, there's someone. Barristan put his index finger to his lips and listened for a moment. He was puzzled and said, chanting, there's a monk coming. As expected, after only 4 to 5 minutes, the pious chanting drove the cold morning fog and gradually filled the entire forest. The chanting was uniform and full of energy, rolling like thunder. The general meaning was to pray for the protection of the warriors, the mercy of the Holy Mother, the old woman to illuminate the path ahead, the Holy Father. Then, the source of the chanting appeared in front of Danny and the other two's vision. It was a group of dirty and sloppy beggars led by 20 sallow and skinny strong men. They wore coarse robes, some were barefoot, some were wearing slippers, some were holding axes, some were holding choppers and some were holding wooden spears. Their shields and leather armor were painted with a symbol that Danny was familiar with, a red 7-pointed star. The gathering of the poor. The group slowly walked out of the forest. Other than the leading beggar army, there were hundreds of poorly dressed refugees behind them. There were men, women, children, and babies. In the middle of the crowd, there was an old yellow cow, a dozen sheep and 3 two-wheeled trailers. The first cart was half filled with turnips, shriveled apples, and onions stained with fresh mud. The second cart had 3 sacks, which probably contained grain, wheat, and the like. The last cart was filled with skulls and broken bones. Ah, so many wolves. Seeing Danny and the other 2, the beggar brothers stopped and the chanting gradually stopped. They looked at the wolf corpses on the river bank in surprise and hesitated. Honorable knights, finally, a strong man with an axe came forward and said, "May the Holy Mother have mercy on you." Brothers. The Holy Mother loves you too, brother, Danny smiled. Fellow church members, where are you going? Ah, miss, are you a church knight? The strong man was surprised. I'm a nun. Ah. The strong man was stunned. An old man who was pulling a cart behind shouted, "Reverend nun, we're going to the King's Landing. We're going to bring these holy bones to the great Cathedral of Bell and ask the king for help and protection. Join us, fellow church member. The journey is dangerous. We need strong warriors like you who can kill wolves." A thin man came forward and said. He was wearing a shabby monk's robe and a crystal hung around his neck. He was a monk. Chapter 273. I'm afraid I can't help you. Danny smiled apologetically and explained, "We just came back from King's Landing and are heading north." Seeing the disappointment on the skinny monk's face, she pointed at the wolf carcasses and asked, "Brother, do you want these wolves?" Yes, of course, we're short of food." The old man who was pulling the cart shouted. More than 100 people cheered and ran to the riverbank to skin and kill the wolves. But when she saw a peasant woman directly draining the blood, Danny quickly stopped her and said loudly, "Don't waste the blood, you can feed them blood sausages." The Dothraki especially liked to eat blood sausages, but in the Westeros and the major free cities, she rarely saw people feed them blood sausages. How did these wolves die? There's not a single wound, so strange. Someone was puzzled. Danny taught the women how to feed them blood sausages and said without thinking, "Do you see that red-nosed old man? Look at the chain around his neck, there are 40 sections. He's a master of poison. But don't worry, this poison is harmless to humans." Dr. Peristan glanced at her with a wooden face and said nothing. However, although he secretly criticized the Dragon Queen for being a witch who liked to lie, he was also shocked by her behavior of mingling with the sloppy peasant woman. In this environment, no one knew her, so she didn't have to pretend to be close to the commoners to win their hearts. Moreover, her expression and the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart, without any reluctance. If she didn't have magic and a dragon, she would be a good queen. The old man sighed. But then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. A young girl in her teens, if she didn't have those mysterious powers, it would be difficult for her to even survive, let alone restore the dynasty. There was strength in numbers. After more than 2 hours, more than 40 wolves were finally turned into pieces of smoked meat, strings of blood sausages, and more than 40 wolfskin coats. Yes, the women and children directly put on the bloody wolf skins. The autumn wind was bleak and the weather was cold, so the linen clothes couldn't resist the cold. After that, Danny and the other 2 also joined the group of the poor. The old doctor was placed on the sack cart and squeezed together with a large pile of blood sausages. Through the chat, Danny learned about the origins of this group of people. They came from Salt Pan Town in the east and followed the Trident River to the west. They reached the King's Road a few kilometers away and then went south to King's Landing. Sigh, we don't want to leave our hometown, but 2 months ago, there was a light snow in our village. Winter is coming, and we have almost no food left. 1 cow, 10 sheep, a few sacks of barley, and half a cart of turnips. That's all the food in the village. If we don't go to King's Landing, we'll starve to death. The old man said with a sad expression. Saltfield Town is a small seaport after all. It should be able to provide a lot of work, right? Barristan was confused. The burly man spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Don't even mention it. Saltworks Town has been destroyed. There was nothing left but Quincy Cox's nave of stone, burned to the ground by the brigands brought by the hound. Clegane, that bastard, should go to hell. He killed anyone he saw, raped any woman he saw, burned any house he saw, and didn't even spare the babies and nuns. Clegane has fallen to this extent? The old knight's eyes widened in disbelief. By the way, why are you cursing Sir Cox? He asked again. Saltfield town was located by the Trident River. There was a small dock that connected the inland river to the bay. It was the fief of the productive knight, Sir Cox. That old man Cox didn't care about the lives of the townspeople. When the bandits raided the town, not only did he not send his men to resist, he even closed the gate of the castle and forbade us to go in and hide. A young man said angrily. Hey, there's someone. Danny's pupils contracted. She took a short bough from a beggar's brother next to her and nailed an arrow into a crooked tree in the Tsinshulin forest. A man in gray leather armor slid down the trunk and ran into the forest without saying a word. Damn it, it must be the bandit's secret sentry. A tall woman in the group cursed. Is the Three River Basin so chaotic? Baristan murmured. Sigh, there are refugees, deserters, and bandits everywhere. Without the company of a dozen brothers, we don't even dare to go out. The skinny monk sighed. It's useless not to go out. The lions in the western region and the wolf cubs in the northern region take turns to rob our village of food and women. The king doesn't even do anything about it. The old man shook his head. The king is useless. We can only protect ourselves and our families if we unite and build our own strength. The skinny monk waved his fist and said firmly. Yes, our own strength. A star warrior patted his chest and began to recite the scriptures loudly. The others slowly joined in. Just like when they first met, they were in unison. The sound waves rolled and spread into the distance. Needless to say, the beggar's tactic was quite effective. Along the way, they encountered several groups of bandits hiding in the forest. Their greedy eyes swept back and forth between the water buffaloes, goats, and the smoked wolf meat on the shoulders of the beggar brothers. But in the end, they retreated under the imposing prayers of the crowd. About 2 kilometers to the west, the Tsin forest became thinner and they encountered the first corpse. It was hanging under the branches of a charred tree trunk. As the group praying loudly approached, the scavenger crows that were pecking at the flesh on the human face spread out. Danny found that the calf of the corpse near the ground was only left with white bones and a few pieces of rags. There were also traces of being bitten by sharp teeth on the bones. The corpse's face was a ghastly grayish-green, its mouth was propped open, and someone had placed an uneven white stone. Something was stuffed into its teeth. Salt. Baristan said with a sullen face. After walking for a few dozen meters, they found the second corpse. The scavenger dragged it down. The remains were scattered in the withered grass. A tattered rope loop was hanging on a branch, swaying in the wind. A 10-year-old child tripped and almost fell. As a result, he dug out half a helmet from the soil. The head of the dead man was inside. The rotten flesh was crawling with squirming maggots and small black beetles. There was also a lion's head emblem on the top of the helmet. Lion's helmet, good steel. The burly man took the helmet and knocked off the rotten head and insects on the tree trunk. No rust, no dents. It can still be used after washing. After that, they would encounter one or more corpses every few steps until they reached the intersection. It stretched for nearly a kilometer and there were about 100 or 200 corpses. They were hanging on the branches of the trees with ropes around their necks. Their bodies were swollen and their cheeks were eaten by crows. They hung under the trees and swayed. Everyone's mouth was stuffed with salt. Many of them had coats of arms sewn on their chests. A dire wolf, an axe, an arrow, a salmon, a pine tree, an oak leaf, a short-legged rooster, a wild boar's head, the emblems of the nobles of the northern region, Hajin County, and the western region could be found here. 7 gods above, They are all deserters who gathered together to become bandits. The White Knight said with an ugly expression. These are the people who looted Saltfield Town. They were caught by Count Tali and hanged in this forest as a warning to the other bandits, the thin monk said. Then, the group set foot on King's Road, a 5-meter-wide mud road, which was the road of Westeros. The yellow mud road extended to a small pier by the river, where several ferries were docked. There was also an inn beside the road. It was a 3-story stone building close to the Trident River, sitting in the west and facing the east. When they passed by the door on King's Road, they saw a white stone chimney erected on the side from a distance. After approaching it, Dany was surprised to find that the south wing extended to the river, and half of the building was built on stone piles in the river. If the traveler wanted to, they could even open the window, lie in bed, throw a fishing line into the river and catch a few trout. On the north side of the inn, there was a thatched cowshed and a bell tower. The whole building was surrounded by a broken white stone wall. Dany and the other two parted ways with the group of the poor peoples gathering at the inn. Before leaving, the White Knight secretly stuffed a handful of gold royals into the monk's hands. This place is 600 kilometers away from King's Landing, and it will take about a month. This food is not enough for you to eat. The courtyard of the inn was a large piece of brown mud. Dany stood at the entrance of the courtyard and hesitated for a while before she gritted her teeth and stepped on it. A shabby gallows stood in the courtyard, and a little boy was holding the rusty iron chain and swinging it back and forth. 4 girls stood in the porch and looked at him. The youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. She had a watermelon hairstyle and was crawling on the ground naked. The oldest was about 10 years old. She had brown hair and brown eyes. She was as thin as a match, and her cheeks were pale. She was wearing an old blue dress. When she saw Dany and the others coming over, she immediately used her body to protect the little ones behind her. Who are you? Peristan covered his butt and limped. He shouted impatiently, of course we are guests. Quickly call your mother out and prepare a basin of hot water for me. I don't have a mother. She was killed. The girl in the blue dress said anxiously. Little girl, where is the shop owner? Dany asked with a smile. The gentle smile infected the girl. She curiously looked at Dany and said, my sister Jenny is the shop owner. She went to the river to get fish. We set up a net in the river and can catch a few trout every morning. Miss, you are so beautiful. Even if you are wearing men's clothes, you are still beautiful. The little girl blushed and said. Hee hee, iron armor is not only for men. Dany shook her head and asked, what is your name? Weeping Willow. My name is Weeping Willow. Miss, do you want to eat or stay? By the way, do you have silver coins? We are only staying for 1 night. Do we need to pay a silver coin? Why don't you just rob us? The old doctor said angrily. Weeping Willow glanced at Dany and gritted her teeth. She insisted, not 1, at least 3. We need money to buy food. Okay, 3 then. It is normal for prices to rise in a chaotic world. Dany walked to the porch and found a wooden stick by the stairs. She scraped the mud off her iron boots before stepping on the wooden floor. She looked at the little girl who was rolling around on the ground and said, isn't she cold? Why don't you let your sister wear clothes? Weeping Willow shook her head and said, there is a fireplace burning in the house. It is warm. You also saw that Trish likes to crawl on the ground. Her clothes are dirty and worn. She picked up the little girl and walked into the house while saying, Trish is not my sister. Some of them were brought here by the sparrows. Some of them were found by themselves. They are all poor children without parents. They? Weeping Willow whistled. As if by magic, boys and girls in ragged clothes with messy hair came out from under the table, beside the window, next to the fireplace, and in the stairwell in the blink of an eye. A few of the older girls were still holding a fully loaded crossbow in their hands. The boys were holding slingshots or stones. All of them were fully armed. Are we really going to rob them? Peristane shouted. Weeping Willow glanced at the old man. She was like a queen in a castle, commanding the group of orphans loudly, "Put down your weapons. They are not enemies. Walter, go and boil water. Will, go to the river and find Jenny. Tell her that there are guests in the shop. Ai Pater, go and find some wood to add to the fireplace. I will show them the rooms." The doors on both sides of the corridor were open. Dany could choose any room she wanted from the second floor to the third floor. The rooms were all empty. Barristan frowned and said, "I came here 2 years ago. It was almost overcrowded. There are not many guests now. The ones walking on the road now are either sparrows or bandits. The former have no money and the latter rob us of our money." Chapter 274. What about Martha? The fat lady boss who chews tobacco from morning till night and stains her teeth red? Barristan asked. Martha is my aunt. She's dead. She died 2 years ago. Died? How did she die? She was hanged by the old lion in front of the inn. The old lion? Duke Tywin? Yes. Weeping Willow did not wait for him to ask again and continued to explain. That day, the little devil was drinking downstairs and was caught by Mrs. Stark. During the War of the Four Kings, Lannister crossed the river and hanged Aunt Martha as revenge for her not doing anything. Not doing anything? Tywin is old and confused. Your aunt is a hotel owner. How can she not do anything in front of Tully's daughter and Mrs. Stark? Dany's mouth twitched. Weeping Willow said helplessly, "Will the nobles reason with the commoners? It's a pity. Martha is good at cooking and the ale she brews is very fragrant." Peristan smacked his lips and said regretfully. "You know Martha too?" Dany asked in surprise. "Sigh, this is a legendary old inn that is as famous as the Feather Pen wine bottle. I stayed there when I was traveling through the Seven Kingdoms." The old professor looked around and ran to the 4th room in the north. He smiled and said, "This is the room where the kind Queen Alysanne and the King of Rinrue, His Majesty Jollies, lived 200 years ago." "Are you talking nonsense?" Weeping Willow stared and said in surprise. "Ha!" The old professor pulled the long chain in front of his chest and said proudly, "Little girl, do you see this? 5 red copper chains, Doctor of History. Weeping Willow, the price of this room will increase in the future." Dany entered King Rinrue's former bedroom. It was not very spacious, only 40 square meters. It had a small bathroom and a fireplace compared to the other rooms. She took off the large canvas bag behind her and put it on the chair in front of the fireplace. She looked around and said, "The feather quilt on the bed is a little moldy. Change it to a cleaner one for me. Light the fireplace and fill the water tank in the bathroom. The 2 of us will stay in the rooms on the left and right," Barristan said. After that, the old knight asked Weeping Willow about the recent events that happened near the inn. Wolf cubs and lions are going back and forth. The nearby villages have all been destroyed by the soldiers. There are bandits, sparrows, and orphans who have lost their families. There are fewer and fewer tourists. Our inn has long run out of food. We can only rely on hunting and fishing to survive. Is this considered a big deal?" Weeping Willow said. "Does Lannister have any plans? Organize the disaster victims to return to their homes and plant. In this weather, they would probably be able to plant a wave of cold-resistant crops such as turnips and cabbage. The lions won the battle, so Hajin County belongs to them. They should be managing their own territory, shouldn't they?" Dany asked. "There are many lions nearby, but other than killing and snatching, they don't do anything else. Last time, the hounds killed a few lions here. In the end, my cousin followed in Aunt Martha's footsteps and was killed by the lions to vent their anger," Weeping Willow said sullenly. Dany's heart skipped a beat as she asked, is Hound alone? Weeping Willow's eyes flashed with vigilance. Why do you ask? Who do you want to know? Danny looked at the little girl strangely. Child, you are really too young and inexperienced. I didn't ask anything, but you took the initiative to reveal the fact that you know that the little girl beside the hounds is Arya Stark. You even want to protect her whereabouts. What is your relationship with Arya? She rolled her eyes. You also said that the hounds killed a few lions. He is not the legendary hero Barristan who has no companions. How can he kill a few warriors at once? Is Barristan that strong? The hounds fought 1 against 3, and even with the help of a girl, he was still seriously injured. Weeping Willow doubted. Danny nodded silently. This was the normal strength of this world. If the equipment and physical fitness were similar, if one could win 1 against 1, he would be considered a master. If one could win 2 against 1, he would be considered a master. If one could win 1 against 3, he would be considered a super master. If one could win 1 against 4 or 5, he would be considered a legendary hero, such as the Sword of Dawn. If she did not cheat with the Lion's Roar, Danny could only fight 1 against 2 with the same equipment, and the opponent could not be too strong. Barristan once fought against 11 in the City of Knowledge. 10 fully armed elite soldiers and a fully armored Grand Knight. He was unscathed, but 6 of them died. Even the knight's head was chopped off. Wow, I didn't expect the fearless Barristan to be so strong. He is much stronger than the infamous hounds. The little girl's face was full of admiration and longing. Barristan rubbed his nose awkwardly. Your Majesty, you think too highly of this old man. Without this armor, this old man would have been chopped in half. After Weeping Willow left, the old knight told Danny many things related to this crossroads inn. For example, other than King Rana, Robert and Cersei also stayed here for a day when they returned from the north. During the War of the Usurpers, Prince Rhaegar and Robert fought at the river bank south of the inn. Because Rhaegar's chest was embedded with a red 3-headed dragon with rubies, he was hammered in the chest by Robert's iron hammer. The rubies shattered on the river bank, which was also known as the Ruby Beach. That day, Arya and the swineherd practiced swordsmanship at the Ruby Beach. Joffrey and Sansa also went for a walk at the Ruby Beach. In the end, Arya's direwolf Nymeria was exiled, and Sansa's lady was stabbed to death by Ide. Tyrion was also kidnapped by Catelyn in this inn. It was as if all the big events started here. It was like the Lyogia village of the Game of Thrones world. Soon, a few boys brought them hot water and a few bundles of firewood. They lit the fireplace, washed their bodies, and went downstairs to eat a few pieces of roasted horse meat. The 3 then returned to their rooms and slept. They slept until the sky was dark, and the heavy footsteps in the corridor outside the door woke Danny and Barristan up. When she heard Weeping Willow introducing the room to the guest, Danny lay back on the feather bed and stared lazily at the dark sky outside the window. It was going to rain. The guest seemed to be staying opposite them. From time to time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Danny thought that the other party must be a tall and burly warrior, even wearing iron armor. The sound was exactly the same as Barristan's when he walked. Danny could not sleep anymore. She got out of bed and practiced swordsmanship in her room in her underwear. During this time, she had flown tens of thousands of miles and even learned the powerful Dragonflame fire control spell. However, she still did not slack off on the training of her body. Yes, she did not give up on her dream of becoming the Night King. After sweating, she took a hot bath with the kettle hanging on the fireplace. She washed the dye off her hair and returned it to a brilliant silver. Then she cleaned the iron armor again and applied a layer of oil. The whole process took more than 2 hours. The sky outside was completely dark, and the drizzle of icy rain drifted in through the window. At this time, even the red-nosed old doctor woke up. He limped over and knocked on the door. Do you still want to go on the road as planned tonight? It's raining. Ha, don't you know that the sun rises in the east and the rain in the west? It's raining here. The rain will naturally stop after half an hour in the north. Danny replied with a smile. Maybe it's snowing in the north. The old man muttered and went back to his room to get dressed. In fact, flying on the back of a dragon, as long as one wore a helmet to block the wind, it would not be cold even at the high altitude in the north. This was because the megalosaurus scales were hot. With the help of the old knight, Danny put on leather and iron armor, then put on a woolen sweater and a thick cloak. The Shadow Lynx cloak with black stripes was bought at the King's Landing clothing store. It was almost the warmest fur in the world. 10 gold royals. It was very expensive. According to the owner, it was the only one in the whole King's Landing. Danny had suspected that it was secondhand. Although the cloak was clean and tidy and had the fragrance of orchids, the color of the fur was a little light. However, the old knight advised her to buy it. No matter how old it was, it would keep her warm. Danny guessed right. She was wearing Tyrion's second-hand leather coat. That's right. There was only one Shadow Lynx cloak in the whole King's Landing. It was the one that Tyrion brought back from the Mountain of Tomorrow. The little demon left the house with nothing, and the leather coat was also wandering outside and bought by the peddlers. By the way, the Shadow Lynx was also a legendary creature. It was weaker than a dragon, but stronger than a glacier wolf. It was very rare and even harder to catch. How powerful was it? It had sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. It was as fierce as a tiger, as strong as a bull, and as light as a cat. There was no need to mention the basic configuration of these beasts. The scary thing was that it could smell blood from 10 kilometers away. When Danny and the others went downstairs with their backpacks, they saw the boys trying to push the tables together in the hall into 3 long lines. There were also a few older girls trying their best to move the benches from the back. More than 30 children were busy working like ants under the command of Weeping Willow. While the orphans were busy, there were 2 strong men sitting leisurely by the bonfire. One of them was a skinny young man. That's not right. The strong man in iron armor who was almost 2 meters tall had a rough face and gentle eyebrows. He seemed to be a woman. Beauty, brain. Weeping Willow walked to the stairs and looked at Danny's silver braids in front of her chest. She said in surprise, "Miss Knight, your hair." Danny threw her long braids to the back of her head and smiled, "I dyed my black hair before." "Oh, the silver hair matches you very well. You're even more beautiful." Weeping Willow touched her messy brown hair and lowered her head shyly. Soon, she noticed that the 3 of them were carrying backpacks. She asked doubtfully, "Are you leaving? It's so late and it's raining. Where are you going? Would you believe me if I said that we're going beyond the Great Wall to fight the deviant ghosts?" Peristan chuckled. Weeping Willow glanced at him. Let the deviant ghosts eat this lying old man. However, she did not ask further. She only reminded them, "It's very dangerous to travel at night. The 3 of you must be careful. Let's have a meal first." "You haven't started eating yet, right?" Peristan said. "We're cooking porridge. The 3 of you can go to the bonfire to warm up first," Weeping Willow said, and returned to the hall to instruct the little ones to work. The man who took off his boots and warmed himself by the bonfire had his back facing the stairs. He did not notice Danny and the other 2. He was still talking non-stop. Very strange words. "To be honest, I want you. Be confident. Don't doubt my love for you. How many people are willing to marry a retard? That retard was even raped dozens of times on the street. He got a bastard son for free. However, the return he got was not even half of what the Tass family got. You're the only living child of Count Selwyn," the man said sincerely. Tass. It seemed that Brain did not run away. And this man idolized Braun and was wooing Brain? Chapter 275. When Brittany saw Danny and the other 2 walking over, she was very embarrassed and blushed from her cheeks to her neck. The man thought she was shy and continued, I know you like Renly. I knew it when we were at the Bitter Bridge. I'm not as handsome as him, not as rich as him, and not as high as his title, but I have two advantages that he will never be able to match. First, I didn't have my throat slit. A living person is better than a dead person. Second, I have the ability. I swear to you, I have at least one confirmed illegitimate daughter. But don't worry, I won't let that girl cause you trouble. I just want to say that marriage is good for both of us. I get the land and the title, you get the castle. He pointed at the children running around the room. Brittany said angrily, don't say that. My father is only 54 years old. He's not too old to have children. There are risks in everything. If your father remarries, if the bride can get pregnant, if she can give birth to a baby boy, it proves that I bet on the wrong thing. But it's not a loss for you. You're a virgin. I'm afraid you don't understand the game between men and women. After playing, your attitude will naturally change. In the dark, you're as beautiful as any princess. I'll also spoil you like a princess. Tonight, don't bolt your door. I'll sneak into your bed and prove my words. The man said teasingly. Damn, this guy is so cheap. Brittany couldn't help but be embarrassed and said angrily, if you dare to do that, I'll turn you into a eunuch tonight. We have a guest. The silent young man with brown hair and blue eyes reminded her in a low voice. The man sat on the chair and looked back. He was surprised to see Danny, but his eyes were finally attracted by the long chain around Pereston's neck. 7 gods above, I actually met a doctor here. You're Dr. Perestan. I've seen you in the City of Knowledge. Why are you here? The man had thick and messy brown hair. There was a thin and long scar on his left ear. His buttocks had a chin, and his nose seemed to have been broken many times. It was a little crooked. You are. The old professor was puzzled at first, but when he saw the family emblem on the man's breastplate, a brown dead deer hanging from a crossbar, he suddenly understood. You are Highly Hunt of the Hornhill. You have been studying in the City of Knowledge for 2 years, but you have misspelled your father's name, the stupid pig, Hunt. Ahem. Hire coughed dryly and said awkwardly, that was a mistake. Are you Miss Brittany of the Tass family? The old doctor turned to Brittany and asked in confusion, why are the two of you together? Doctor knows me? Brittany asked curiously. Your looks are unique under the heavens. The old man said harshly. Ah. Brittany blushed and lowered her head. Brittany was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders. Because of her flat chest, her pectorals were bigger than her breasts. Her face was round and rough, covered with freckles. Her nose had been broken many times and was crooked. Her teeth were protruding out of place. Her mouth was wide, almost split to the roots of her ears, and her lips were fat like caterpillars. Her hair was yellow, like dirty straw, fragile and dry. It was truly unique. Doctor, where are you going? Hire asked. To the north, beyond the Great Wall. The commander of the night watchmen sent a message saying that there are deviants outside the Great Wall. I represent the Academy, Danny interrupted him. Don't flatter the Academy. The scholar has completely failed in his duty regarding the deviants. He has done nothing. The red-nosed old man touched his nose and found a chair near the fireplace to sit down. He put his backpack aside and stopped talking. Deviants? Are you talking about deviants? Brittany and Hire looked strange. Are you telling a legend? Danny shrugged and skipped the topic. She asked Brittany, are you looking for Sansa Stark in Hajin? Who are you? How do you know? Brittany was shocked at first, then quickly shook her head and denied it. I'm not looking for Miss Sansa. Sigh, you ask everyone you see. Have you seen a red-haired virgin? 13 years old, very beautiful. Hunter sighed. I guess the entire Three River Valley knows that Brittany of Tass is looking for Sansa Stark. What's the next plan? Danny asked again. I won't say. Brittany said stubbornly. Ha, who is this kid? Danny pointed at the shy brown-haired boy and asked. My name is Podrick Pine, Miss Brittany's attendant. Hire looked at Danny suspiciously and reminded her. Miss, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Danny walked to the window. Under the night sky, the river flowed endlessly. She held the hilt of her sword with her right hand. The cold wind blew the shadow of the lynx cloak on her shoulder. She sighed. Lonely shadow in the cold river, old friends of the martial arts world, why do we have to know each other when we meet? Brittany, Barristan, old doctor, they were stunned for a moment. Hire was confused. What are you talking about? You don't know. I don't want to tell you my true identity, but I can't bear to make up a name to deceive you. So, I want you to stop asking. Is that what you mean? Hire was even more confused. Dr. Peristan broke the awkwardness and asked, Sir Hire, I remember you are a knight under Count Tali. Why are you here? I'm pursuing Miss Brittany. Pursuing her family's fief? Danny mocked. Miss, you are very beautiful. Many people will pursue you because of your beauty. But what's the difference between this and me pursuing Miss Brittany because of her inheritance? Hire was shameless, but what he said did make some sense. Time to eat, children. Get ready to eat. After a while, Weeping Willow came to the center of the hall. His thin body let out a deafening cry. A group of monkeys obediently sat on two long tables far away from the fireplace. They blinked their eyes and looked in the direction of the kitchen. You can eat at this table. Weeping Willow pointed to the empty table by the fireplace and said to Danny and the others. Where's your sister Jenny? There isn't even an adult in such a big inn. Danny was puzzled. She came back with a few trout in the afternoon and went out again in the afternoon. While they were talking, a gray-haired old man walked out of the kitchen with a steaming pot in his hand. Behind him were a few boys around the age of 11 or 12. They were carrying plates, wooden bowls, and large loaves of black bread that were overflowing with the aroma of wheat. Dinner was simple. A pot of turnip barley porridge, a plate of fried trout, and a plate of mutton stewed with carrots mixed with alfalfa. When they were setting the table, the old man introduced himself to Danny and the others. He was Meribad, a barefoot monk in Hajin. He couldn't read or write, but he could recite the 7 Stars Holy Book and various prayers. He was tall, 1.8 meters tall. He had big hands and feet, and his skin was as hard as leather. His face was weathered. For 40 years, he had been roaming around the countryside of Hajin. From Nukwon town to Nukwon city, a cycle took about half a year. He presided over weddings and confessions for the people, and the people provided him with food and lodging. During the famine, he even drove a donkey to transport food from Nukwon town and distribute it to the poor in the villages. The mutton, barley, and cheese in tonight's meal all came from the old man. This is a true cultivator just like the great sparrow. Danny thought. Aren't you afraid of being robbed by bandits when you bring food with you? She curiously asked. I have a dog, Friar Meribad called out with a smile. A large yellow dog the size of a calf scurried over and leaned against the old man affectionately, looking at Danny curiously. Whoa, what an intelligent dog. Danny looked at its human-like eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Dog is very powerful. The last time I met a wolf pack in Sanshulin, dog bit a dozen wolves to death in an instant. Meribad stroked the yellow dog's neck and proudly said. Do wolves often appear? Barristan frowned and asked. The wolves are led by a large female wolf. They've been patrolling the Trident River for the past 2 years. Even the nobles couldn't do anything to them. Monk Meribad nodded. The old knight and Danny exchanged glances, but didn't continue asking. Before the meal, Monk Meribad looked at the weeping willow and asked, Can I lead the children to pray before the meal? Yes, and so they all bowed their heads to thank the Heavenly Father and Holy Mother for their charity, including Danny and Dr. Peristan. However, there was a black-haired young man around 15 or 16 years old standing on the side, his arms crossed as he stared at the others and prayed. After the prayer was over, Danny curiously looked at him and asked, "Young man, are you from the north?" "I come from King's Landing," the young man brushed away the black hair in front of his eyes and casually replied. "Then you don't believe in the old gods either?" "I believe in the Light King, child." Baristan stared at the young man, his expression suddenly changed, then secretly glanced at Danny. "Who's your father?" "I don't know." The old knight then looked at Hire and Brittany, hesitated for a while, but still didn't ask the question in his heart. On the other hand, Danny noticed his strange expression and asked, "Young man, what's your name?" The young man glared at her with his blue eyes. "Why do you ask?" "His name is Jendeli, he's a blacksmith," a thin and small boy beside him shouted. Jendeli. Danny instantly understood that this guy was Arya's lover, Robert's illegitimate son, and also understood that the White Knight most likely suspected his identity. Smack! Weeping Willow hit the boy with a spoon and shouted, "Big mouth, Ben, eat, don't disturb the adults' conversation." Hearing her words, the children pounced on the food on the table like hungry wolves. After a while, the hall was filled with chewing sounds and the sound of Weeping Willow hitting the children with a spoon. During dinner, Danny kept asking Maribald about the situation in the Three River Basin. She found that he was familiar with every town and manor in Hejian, the villages that didn't even have a name, the fences and mountains, the streams and caves, and every rugged path that wasn't on the map. "Friar Maribald, do you think the people of Hejian can survive this winter?" "No, many of them don't have any stored food, they can't even last a year," the old friar said worriedly. Danny gradually had an idea in her mind. "If I want to find you next time, where should I go?" "Find me for what?" The old friar was confused. "Find you to be the president of the Red Cross Association. Within half a year, I'll send a batch of food." Danny glanced at Baristan. "If I want to help the people of Hejian, where should I send the food?" The old man in the old town contributed 3 million gold royals to buy food. Danny definitely couldn't finish it all by herself, and she didn't lack food either, so she might as well use it to help the people. Help the people of Hejian? White Knight was shocked, but immediately became happy. She said excitedly, "Geographically, Nukwan is the most suitable place." Hearing that Danny wanted to help the people of Hejian, Professor Peristan had mixed feelings. He reminded her, "Count Morden is a coward, he doesn't have the guts to accept your food. Go to Crab Island, or take down Horror Cave Fortress, it's a ruin now." "What are you talking about?" Friar Maribald was confused. "Woof, woof, woof." The dog suddenly started barking. The next moment, the sound of horse hooves trampling on the muddy ground was heard from the courtyard. "Someone's coming," Brittany said in surprise. "It's a friend." Jean Deli's tone was casual. Weeping Willow put down the wooden bowl and spoon, and went out to greet them with joy. Boom! Lightning split the dark sky, and in a moment, the courtyard was as bright as day. Weeping Willow's sharp voice was filled with fear. "Ah, no, it's not Captain Lemon and the others." Chapter 276. Weeping Willow staggered back into the hall. She hurriedly took off a crossbow hanging on the wall and shouted anxiously, "Stop eating, take your weapons, there's a group of bandits outside." The children who were holding bowls and eating immediately left their seats. Some went to get crossbows, some looked for stones, some leaned on the window and pulled the slingshot. Weeping Willow rushed into the rain with a crossbow and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Leave, there's no food here, we all have weapons, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The 10-year-old little girl was taller than a giant at this time. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and bright white lightning flashed in the yard. Danny saw 7 or 8 armored warriors wearing black hoods, and the rain fell from their grinning chins. Someone was holding an axe with a silver blue light, someone was holding an unsheathed black machete, and the rest were unsheathed swords. Everyone was wearing a full set of mail and plate armor. Weapons and armor were shining coldly and belonged to the best equipment. This was a group of powerful bandits. The leader, a man wearing a dog helmet, said to Weeping Willow fiercely, "If you dare to shoot, I'll stuff that arrow into your hole and use it to asterisk 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 asterisk. You dare to stare at me? Very well, you're dead. I'm going to dig out your damn eyes and stuff them under you." Danny pulled Weeping Willow's collar and took her back to the house. "There are so many knights in the house, it's not your turn to be in the limelight." Then, she smiled and asked Brittany, who looked solemn, "How many can you deal with?" Brittany was stunned for a moment before she mumbled, "1, maybe 2. "I can deal with 1. Hire wiped the grease from his mouth, put on his helmet, and said in annoyance, "I have to ride a horse, that way I can fight 2, or even 3. "Sir, you can deal with 3, right?" Danny asked Baristan. "I'm also a knight." Jendeli raised his hammer and said, "You don't have a helmet, so stay behind me and act according to the situation. I'm going to kill that dog-headed man first." "Everyone, protect my flanks," Danny said as she pulled down her helmet and rushed into the rain. "Kill." The old knight was almost in sync with her. He pulled out his sword and ran towards the scimitar wielder on the dog-masked man's left. "Kill." Brittany and Hire didn't fall behind. Even the old monk's dog barked and rushed over. "Damn it! How can there be 4 knights in this rundown hotel?" A bandit in the courtyard shouted in surprise. "We're just passing by. There are bandits chasing us. Give us good horses and food, and we'll leave immediately." The other bandit was a little scared. "Don't be afraid. 2 women and an old man. Watch me slaughter them." The dog-masked man raised his axe and charged towards Danny. Dragon might. The moment the woman and the horse were 5 meters away, Blackie's soul entered Danny's mind. Her eyes were blood-red and even glowed in the dark. "Nay, nay." The warhorse's legs suddenly turned to jelly. Although it didn't kneel down directly, it gave a hard kick, and its speed couldn't help but slow down. The dog-masked man's attack missed, and his body leaned towards Danny unconsciously. The sharp Valeglia's steel sword carried the force of Danny's running and pierced into the dog-masked man's mouth accurately. SSS. Small lines of blood splattered along the blade and splattered on Danny's iron helmet. She lowered her body and slid past the dog-masked man. The long sword in her hand was dragged out of the dog's mouth, and she met the swordsman charging from behind. Clang! The swords clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. There was a sound like a gong. The opponent's snow-white sword had a hole the size of a soybean, but Danny's clear sky was unharmed. Bam! She kicked the horse's leg, and the warhorse immediately fell to the ground. The rider on the horse screamed in panic and fell in front of Danny. She showed no mercy. Her hand was as fast as lightning, and her long sword pierced through the gap at the back of the rider's throat armor. TCH. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering on her iron boots. She quickly pulled out her sword after stabbing it in and faced the third opponent. This time, there was some delay. Danny didn't have time to block with her long sword, and the opponent's two-handed greatsword struck her head. Actually, the rider had intended to use the horse's head to ram into her chest, but for some reason, the warhorse, which had always been telepathic, dodged to the side. Bam! Danny felt dizzy as if she had been hit by a stick. Her right hand subconsciously reached for her opponent's exposed armpit. The rider howled in pain, and the long sword in his hand slipped out. Danny shook her head. She felt a little heavy. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There was no one left. She had pierced through the cavalry team. Turning around, she saw the rider who had lost his long sword and right arm was smashed off his horse by Jean Deli's hammer. The young man had been following Danny all this while. He saw her killing people, and when he finally caught one with low HP, he wouldn't let it go. He smashed the rider's helmet 3 to 5 times with his hammer. Dany held her sword and stood in the freezing rain, breathing out white air. She felt a little heavy in her head, and when she reached out her hand, she touched the blade of a sword. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that she had become the Golden Lion Shiki. She took off her helmet with difficulty. As expected, the blade of the sword struck the round steel cap on the top of the helmet and got stuck. Monk Meribad, who was standing under the porch and holding an oil lamp, shouted, "Seven gods above, that Miss Knight is even scarier than Brittany. She knocked down the horse with one kick. How strong must she be?" Weeping Willow's eyes widened as he muttered. Peristan was also shocked. In just a few breaths, the others were still fighting one-on-one, but she had killed 3 fully armed Grand Knights. The quality of this year's martial arts champion was too high. White Knight didn't complete her mission. She only killed 2 riders. Brittany and Hire killed 1 each, and Jean Deli snatched one of Dany's heads. As the rain fell, the 7 armored corpses twitched unconsciously in the mud. Blood flowed into a small stream and dyed the soil in the courtyard red. Dany and Brittany looked at each other and laughed at the same time. In an instant, they felt closer to each other. Jean Deli walked to the dog-masked man and said with a smile, "Miss, you killed the hound." "What, he's the hound?" "I killed the hound." Dany's eyes almost popped out. The hound was one of the most important supporting characters in Game of Thrones. He was Arya and 3 Idiots' first love. How could he get a boxed lunch just like that? He's not the hound. The hound died a long time ago. Brittany took off the helmet of the dog-masked man, revealing an ugly face without a nose. She said with a complicated expression, "They're blood performers. They picked up the hound's head helmet from the hound's grave. They're the ones who looted the Saltfield town." Dany also walked over to take a look. Although he was ugly, there were no burn scars on his face. He was not the hound. "Roger!" Jean Deli exclaimed, "It's him." "You know him?" Dany asked curiously. "I was originally sold to the Night Watchers by the blacksmith. I followed the Night Watcher Yoren and a group of people to the north. At that time, there were 3 vicious people in the group who were locked in a cage." Jean Deli only roughly explained the situation at that time, and Dany understood. Arya not only saved faceless Jaqen, but also released 2 real villains. The 2 people in Game of Thrones had almost no scenes, but in this real world, the 2 joined the blood performers. They killed, robbed, raped, almost all the evil in the world were done by them. In fact, Jaqen was not a good person. His hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. Arya was indeed a child of blood performers. Dany was scrubbing her hair in front of the fireplace. Jean Deli and the others were stripping the bodies of the bandits under the porch. The armor was very precious. When they moved the naked bodies to the stables, there was a rush of horse hooves on the King's Road again. "It's me." Before entering the courtyard, a knight shouted across the stone wall, "Weeping Willow, Jean Deli, did you meet the group of crippled people?" Then, a group of more than 20 riders rushed into the courtyard. "It's Lemon, one of us." Jean Deli turned back and said to the vigilant knights in the living room. "One of you?" Dany was alert. "Why are there so many riders in your inn?" "This, holy fire above, these blood performers are all dead." "Who did it?" A rider outside looked at the bodies on the ground and exclaimed. "Holy fire." Hire was stunned and suddenly changed his expression. He got up from the soft couch by the fireplace, grabbed the sword belt hanging on the wall, and shouted, "Be careful, we are in a black inn, they are all bandits." "What?" Dany and Brittany were still in a daze. The White Knight who had not taken off her armor had already drawn her sword in front of her. Then they saw the children running around and shouting. Some children were at a loss, but a dozen of them were holding crossbows and raising stones, pointing at Dany and the others. "Yes, this is a black inn." A tall girl, 16 or 17 years old, walked in. Her brown hair under the hood was dripping wet. She often did not have enough to eat. She was very thin, and her face was plain and white from the cold. The only highlight was her height, estimated to be more than 1.75 meters. Brown leather boots and black leather pants outlined a pair of eye-catching long legs. Long legs, Jenny. Jean Deli frowned and shouted, they killed the bandits of the blood performers. Jenny? Weeping Willow's sister, they looked very similar. Madam wants to see them, long legs, Jenny said. After a while, 7 or 8 warriors with sharp swords rushed into the room. There were also a dozen people with bows and crossbows guarding the door and windows, staring coldly at them. Put down your weapons, take off your armor, and surrender. The bearded man in a lemon-yellow cloak shouted. This really is a black inn. Danny looked around. The swordsman looked solemn. Weeping Willow wanted to say something but stopped. The group of little radishes looked at them nervously. The 2-year-old girl named Tracy did not understand what was going on. She was still crawling around the long table naked. Occasionally, she would pick up a few crumbs of bread and stuff them into her mouth, making the cups and plates clinking. You believe in the Red God, are you from the Brotherhood without a flag? Monk Marabad stepped forward and explained, I know you and your rules. I can swear that the knights here are all good people. Please don't kill the innocent. Let them go. Old monk, I know you too. You go to the villages in Hejin County and help the poor people. You are not in the trial. You can leave with your donkey, but they are the people Madame Stoneheart is looking for. You can't let any of them go. Chapter 277. The cold rainwater hit the branches and leaves that passed by the cloak, making a crisp sound. Compared to the previous heavy rain that was as dense as a curtain, the rain was much weaker. Perhaps not long after, this late autumn cold rain would completely stop. It was close to midnight. A group of more than 20 people set off from the crossroads inn in the middle of the night and wandered around the dark and damp forest. Under the complaining and puzzled gaze of the old man Peristan, Danny gave in. She did not summon the Megalosaurus to save the day. However, she also made her own request. She did not care about Brittany and the rest, but she and Peristan could not take off their armor. Their swords could be removed from their waists, but they had to be kept by the old doctor. Due to the red-nosed old man's characteristics, the bandits only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Danny was very interested in the strange Madame Stoneheart. There was indeed a brotherhood without flags in the plot, but the leader of the brotherhood seemed to be a man, a minor character. She did not remember the name, so she wanted to meet the madam. Danny was just a fat sheep. After all, she had helped them kill the blood trickster, so she could get good treatment. Brittany was not so lucky. The brotherhood without flags seemed to be targeting her. Not only was her armor stripped, her weapon was taken away, and even her hands were tightly bound. Yes, Hire and Bodrick were treated the same. Just like that, the group rode through the cold and wet black forest in the middle of the night in the rain. The raindrops wet their cloaks along the leaves, and the cold air seeped into their bones. They seemed to be numb from the cold, and no one spoke for the entire journey. When they finally got out of the forest, the bandits brought them to the river and asked them to dismount. A bandit ran to the river and shouted a few times. A ferry about 10 meters long slowly sailed out from the reeds. Then, they dismounted from their horses. Other than Marabad's donkey and dog, the rest of the people's horses were taken away. Other than a dozen people escorting them, the rest of the bandits led their horses back to where they came from. The ferry glided on the dark and misty river without making any sound. At this time, Danny was shocked by the strictness and formality of the brotherhood without flags. Even the paddles were wrapped in thick cloth to suppress the sound. How cautious was that? Who is Madame Stoneheart? She couldn't help but ask. I've never seen her before, and I don't know where she came from. He had only heard that she was a cold woman of few words. She liked to judge the unjust and sentence them to death by hanging. Therefore, other than Madame Stoneheart, people also call her Sister Silence, Merciless Saintess, and Gallows Woman, Higher said. Don't talk. There might be soldiers patrolling the river. Big Beard Lemon scolded in a low voice. Let's keep it down. Danny did not care whether he agreed or not. She turned to look at Friar Marabad and whispered, How much do you know about the Brotherhood without a flag? The old cultivator had been roaming the river for a long time, so he must know a lot about that organization. The No Flag Brotherhood was founded by Earl Barry Donderian. Prime Minister Stark ordered him to clean up the bandits harassing Hajian County. In fact, they were the Blood Troop and Gregor Clegane arranged by Duke Tywin. In the end, not long after they left King's Landing, King Robert passed away and Prime Minister Ide was imprisoned. However, Earl Barry and his men still insisted on carrying out Prime Minister Ide's orders. They kept going against Lannister who harassed the people. Later, the Northerners came south. The wolf cubs were not good people either. They still burned, killed, and looted. Earl Barry treated them equally. Those who deserved to be hanged were hanged, and those who deserved to be caged were caged. He did not distinguish between factions, and only insisted on upholding justice. Because he had been fighting the bandits and protecting the people, all the villages, churches, and inns in Hajian County became the strongholds of the No Flag Brotherhood. All the people in the Tri-River area were their protectors. The name Lightning King made the bandits and the crippled tremble in fear, and boosted the morale of the people and made them united. The emblem of the Donderian family was a purple forked lightning bolt. The No Flag Brotherhood developed into a worker, peasant, and soldier guerrilla group. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms continue to fight, can they go one step further and create a Red Party? Danny asked in surprise. Red Party? The old cultivator nodded. That's right. They almost formed a Red Party. The people of Hajian County began to abandon the faith of the seven gods, and turned to believe in the Red God who could often perform miracles. This Red Party is not that Red Party. What miracles? Reviving the dead? Danny asked. The old cultivator nodded with a complicated expression and sighed. The Lightning King is not invincible. The No Flag Brotherhood also cannot win every battle. They have been defeated many times, and Earl Barry has been killed many times. From what I know, he was killed by the Demon Mountain at least twice. One time, a spear pierced through his heart, and the other time, a sharp sword pierced through his head from his eye socket. He was even captured alive a few times and hanged to death. Every time he was killed, he would be revived by Soros, a Red God believer from Mill. Seeing such miracles happening around them, the believers naturally began to change their faith. Peristan couldn't help but ask, Are you sure that the Lightning King is always Earl Barry, and not someone wearing his armor and waving his lightning flag? It's just like how a hunting dog's helmet was picked up by someone, and everyone thought that it was the hunting dog who robbed Saltpan Town. Are you deaf? The Lightning King has been captured by the nobles a few times. How could they mistake him for someone else? Danny sneered and said, Accept the reality. There are true gods in this world. Reviving the dead is almost the signature skill of the Red God priests. And it's obvious that the Light King, Lalo, has the idea of invading the Westeros. Otherwise, why would he waste so much of his divine power to perform miracles so many times? Even the local lords don't care about the lives of the people in Hajian County. Why would a foreign god care? Is he too kind? Forget it. The other side of Lalo is the Shadow Demon. With that guy's greed and bloodthirstiness, even the shadow-binding knights are afraid of him. Bam! A bandit knocked on Danny's helmet with his scabbard and scolded seriously, Don't slander the great Light King. Then, he started to recite Lalo's prayer, The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord, Lalo, can lead us to the light and expel the darkness. Danny winked at the dazed Peristan and laughed softly, Did you see that? If they didn't see the miracles with their own eyes, would they be so devout? Why Hejin County? The old professor mumbled. You're a professor. Why are you asking questions that even idiots know? Danny sneered, but she was surprised to see Baristan, Marabad, Hire, and Brittany looking at her blankly. Ugh, so many idiots, cough, cough. Let me ask you. Which part of the Seven Kingdoms has the most severe disaster? Hejin County. Where is the most populated? Riverbend? The White Knight asked. No, Hejin County alone may not be as bad as Riverbend, but the war affected half of the king's territory and half of the Western Territory. Including them, the most recognized place should be the Three Rivers Basin. Paristan said thoughtfully. Religious forces rise from the suffering people. When the lords, kings, laws, and traditions can't be relied on, the suffering people can only seek the illusory but omnipotent gods. Lalo is a good schemer. That guy most likely prophesied the four kings. Ouch! It was the red god believer who hit her again with more force. Don't speak ill of the Light King. The freckled guy's eyes were red. He was so angry that he even pulled out his sword. Fuck, do you know who I am? Danny turned her head and said angrily, even Benello has to be polite to me. You bunch of brats can't even be considered as the hand of holy fire. Are you trying to rebel? I don't care about that Benello or whatever. You're not allowed to insult the Light King. The freckled guy shouted back. He even put his sword on Danny's neck. Alright, I won't say any more. Danny raised her hands in surrender. Even the name of the supreme priest Benello couldn't scare him. What else could she say? Brother Marabad, please continue. Oh, Count Bailey still died. He passed his flame of life to a woman who died many days ago. She is now Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart took over Count Bailey's position and became the leader of the Brotherhood. She was different from the Lightning King. Count Bailey carried out justice and protected the civilians. Madame Stoneheart was unscrupulous and killed crazily for revenge. The Brotherhood was split into two factions. Those who became avengers in the suffering continued to be loyal to Madame Stoneheart. Those whose hearts were still filled with light and hope left the Brotherhood and continued to help the people. Bread and salt. Brittany seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed. She shouted to Longlegs Jenny, at the inn, Brother Marabad brought food for the children. We shared bread and salt with your sister. We are your guests. You can't violate the guests' rights. Ever since Madame returned from the wedding, the way she treats her guests is different from before. Jenny sighed and looked at the dark river. She said calmly, do you see the corpses hanging by the river? Some of them think they are guests too. Wedding? Danny frowned. Is it a red wedding? Who is Madame Stoneheart? She also attended the bloody wedding. And she wants revenge? Is she a survivor of the northern region? No, she died a few days before she was revived by the Lightning King. Could it be? Don't you feel ashamed? Barristan's face turned red. He was extremely angry. You trampled on the guests' rights and acted as if nothing happened. Do you have any sense of honor? Do you have any sense of shame? Aren't you afraid of the gods' judgment? We have our ways, Jenny said calmly. Lemon put on the hound helmet and laughed coldly. She said, there is no honor in this world. As for the judgment, go to River Rapture City and take a look. Thousands of ghosts of the Northerners wailed at night. The king, the church, the city of learning, and the nobles ignored them. They even tacitly approved of Wade Frey's actions. The family that violated the guests' rights prospered and became the new masters of Hejin. Since this land is already dirty, how can we, the people living on it, not adapt to the new rules? Wade Frey deserves to die. Lannister deserves to die. The church and the city of learning that didn't do anything are all guilty. Barristan's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. He said sorrowfully, morals have fallen, etiquette has collapsed, Westeros are hopeless. No. He glanced at Danny beside him and suddenly became abnormally agitated. He shouted, "Let's send our troops. Clean up the universe and return the world to its former glory." Bam! The freckled young man hit the old knight hard, causing the old man's helmet to become crooked. "Old man, don't make a ruckus," the bandit warned in a low voice. "You." Paristan stared at the young man with a strange gaze for a long time. "You're awesome." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.